You're watching Jax PBS More, WJCT Jacksonville.
Exactly.
Anita and they're coming. Their friends are coming. You guys ready?
Where's that diet Dr. Pepper at?
See, you made me feel guilty. I left it up there.
The school board of the Duval County School District is now convened in its regular monthly meeting. To everyone present and to our television viewers, I wish to extend a warm welcome to this meeting of the Duval County School Board. The vision statement of the Duval County School Board states, "Every student is inspired and prepared for success in college, career, and life." The mission statement of the Duval County School Board is to provide educational excellence in every school, in every classroom, for every student, every day. The Duval County School Board is here tonight to listen to reports from the district staff and to set policy for the district that will improve student achievement. We will also address budgets, contracts, personnel appointments, and other business items that require a vote of the board. The management and day-to-day operations of the district are the responsibility of the superintendent. It is not the role of the board to make managerial or operational decisions. The board has policies and procedures in place to assist the superintendent in resolving management and operational issues. If items appear to move quickly, it is because the board meets in an agenda committee meeting prior to the board meeting for an in-depth review of all agenda items. The committee meeting for the September 7th, 2021 school board meeting will be held on August 17th, 2021 at 9 a.m. and the public is invited to attend. As a show of courtesy and respect to each other, we ask that all mobile phones be turned off and that no flash photography be used during the meeting. For those wishing to address the board during our public comments portion of the board meeting, please note that speaker cards will be accepted until 6:20 p.m. In an effort to mitigate against the spread of COVID-19, we have placed hand sanitizer and disinfectant wipes at the podium. We ask that each speaker wipe down the microphone and podium before you address the board. The CDC currently recommends that facial coverings are worn while in public if you are in an area of substantial or high transmission, regardless of vaccination status. Thank you for taking the time to join us this evening and for your interest in the operation of the Duval County School District. We'll start today with our opening message following a brief moment of silence. Board members, members in the audience, I invite you to stand for a moment of silence and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're going to start tonight with a board member presentation from our own District 7. We will have Principal Ms. Kimberly Wright from Bartram Springs Elementary join us. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Kim Wright, Principal of Bartram Springs Elementary. This is my 7th year at Bartram Springs, and we're very delighted and honored to be here this evening. Joining me tonight is one of our outgoing 5th grade students, Ms. Elizabeth Whitney, and she has a few words to share.
As we all know, last year was a hard one. All of us were forced to quarantine, kept away from family and friends. Some of us even lost loved ones to COVID-19. We were devastated, and there seemed to be no hope. But then, through lots of hard work, we developed vaccines. We lit a light to penetrate the infinite darkness. As Amanda Gorman said, even as we grieved, we grew. COVID-19 has had a negative effect on our world, but we continue to learn from it and rise above it. When we were forced to quarantine, all students started online learning on Microsoft Teams. Many struggled with this new form of learning. Most were wiped out by the end of the day. Students had to learn how everything worked, and that took a while. But the students weren't the only people having a hard time with it. Teachers, too, would sometimes struggle. Having to plan lessons in the first place is hard, but figuring out how to get them to students online was something completely different. Everyone struggled to adapt to this new lifestyle, but we learned a lot from it, too. By going through this, we learned how to receive education in a new way. We now have virtual options that we never imagined. Students who do not want to attend school in person can do it online. When you're sick, you can stay connected to your teachers from the safety of home. When a hurricane came, we didn't have to use Weather Day. We went virtual because everyone already knew how. Our planet has seen many struggles. If last school year taught us anything, it taught us to hope, even when it seems the darkness will not lift. We can have confidence that we can overcome any obstacle and learn something new in the process. And that confidence is a light in the darkness, a light that will guide us into beautiful days and give us hope and courage for struggles to come.
Please enjoy this brief video presentation that we have put together for you.
Bartram Springs Elementary opened in 2009, and we've been an A school since our opening. Some of our accomplishments include receiving the Golden School Award for exemplary volunteers and receiving the 5-Star Award from the state of Florida for outstanding parent and community involvement. Our vision is that we will engage all students in data-driven instruction that inspires them to take ownership of learning and excel academically while promoting leadership and collaboration that supports and encourages lifelong learning. Our mission, Bartram Eagles, families, and community working together will soar to attain educational excellence by providing a safe, inclusive, and nurturing environment, providing opportunities for academic, social, and emotional growth, providing academic success through focused, data-driven instruction, and by continuously reviewing student progress to match instruction to meet the needs of an ever-evolving community of learners. Last school year, our PTA received recognition from the Duval County Council of PTA as the PTA of the Year for large elementary schools. This was due in part to their impressive work with their monthly virtual Thursdays with PTA events and other activities throughout the school year. We have a diverse population of over 1,000 students at Bartram Springs Elementary. Bartram Springs is also known as a school of academic enrichment and accelerated learning. We offer the Gifted Education Program to students who qualify for this particular program, as well as the Excel program, which allows students to advance either by one full year or by one subject area based on their beginning of the year diagnostic scores.
Hero. Bartow Springs is just the whole package. We've been an A school, one of the highest ranked schools in the district, but we're always trying new things and innovating to take it to that next level.
They get that sense of community from the first week they're here, and they love everything about each other.
We have just a lot of really creative teachers that work hard to make learning not only fun, but really prepare them for the next level.
I found the school to be very rigorous. I have 2 daughters, and they're very different in their needs, but both of them were challenged, and they were over-prepared for middle school. And they learned study habits, but they were also challenged in their creativity.
The diversity of cultures, the diversity of the staff, the diversity of the learning and what they can get from it. And so you are getting that and so much more by coming to the school.
Choosing Bartow Springs over a charter or a private, I just think that we have a lot to offer a greater variety of students. Our ESE department, all the way to our gifted.
You want your kids to be able to be around everything. You want them to be okay with everyone and have experiences with everyone. And I feel like this school gave me that. And I want to give it right back to the kids.
The children love learning. They like coming to school here, and they're being respectful, and they look forward to coming here every day, as do we. And I think that's the real gift, is the kids feel confident, and they feel proud, and they feel happy to be here, and they love learning. They're learning that love of learning.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wright. That was a beautiful video and presentation. Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for joining us. I'm sure your board member Hershey, has a few words.
Well, I am so proud of Bartram Springs Elementary, and Elizabeth, you just did a great, what you shared, your words of wisdom. I wrote down that if last year didn't teach us anything, it taught us to hope. And so thank you for those words. I tell you, Bartram Springs is the elementary school that everybody wants to send their student to. And with their success, don't take it for granted that they've consistently been an A school, and I celebrate their achievements in reading. They were at like 70% or higher for 3rd grade reading. Remember that they have over 25 languages represented in their school. So it's not an easy task. And Dr. Green, I can assure you that if Bartram Springs could be a K-8, you would make everyone in District 7 very happy, because it is an elementary school that no one wants to leave. I applaud your leadership, Principal Wright. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you joining us. Next this evening, we will move on to communications. Ms. Vicki Pierre will begin our presentations.
Together, they have nearly 100 years' experience as educators who inspire and excel. They're the recipients of this year's Gladys Pryor Award for Career Teaching Excellence, and we're pleased to have them here this evening. They are Kirk Altman, an exceptional student education teacher who teaches pre-K at Sally B. Mathis Elementary. Chris Banks, longtime teacher and band program director for La Villa School of the Arts. Jennifer Prescott, TV production and career and technical education teacher at Mandarin Middle, and Sonia Sams, reading interventionist and TV production sponsor at Andrew Robinson. However, she did earn this while teaching at Highlands Elementary. These honors are among the largest monetary awards for teachers in the nation, with each winner receiving $15,000. The man behind the awards, Mr. Gilchrist Berg, says that, quote, teachers are one of our most important assets, and his hope is that these awards help honor this profession. To earn this award, teachers must not only have at least 10 years experience, but they must also demonstrate sustained evidence of inspiring students and teaching excellence. Between these four, the impact is obvious. Whether it's Mr. Altman's animated storytelling and creative approach, Mr. Banks's perfect practice makes perfect mantra, Ms. Prescott's ability to connect classroom instruction to career success, or Ms. Sam's track record for high-achieving students and building lasting relationships. Each year, the University of North Florida's College of Education and Human Services manages this gift and coordinates the surprise awards, which took place over Zoom this year. And College Dean and Professor Dr. Diane Yendel-Hoppe, who was part of that, joins us on behalf of UNF this evening. Several principals are also here with us this evening, including Leona Knight, Julie Humphreys, Jamie Johnson, and Michelle Grover. And they're also receiving a coin of excellence from Dr. Green. Congratulations. Help us congratulate each of these teachers for earning the Gladys Pryor Award for Career Teaching Excellence. In the face of a serious medical emergency, this next group of honorees not only responded, but they also saved a life. We now wish to recognize 3 heroes for their actions. They are Duval School Police Officer Sanford Jean Lay, Duval School Police Sergeant Malcolm Neal, and Duval School Nurse Lana Austin, who was not able to join us this evening. Now, this all took place on Friday, February 26th at Stillwell Middle School. A man ran to the front door of the school, pounding and shouting, "Call 911, heart attack," and ran back to his car. Well, Officer Lay responded and discovered a young woman lying on the ground by the car, unresponsive and not breathing, and he immediately began CPR and also requested fire and rescue by radio. As he was administering CPR, Nurse Austin joined him, and they both performed CPR on this woman. In the meantime, Sergeant Neal, he heard this call over the radio, and he worked to make sure that the school's AED, or automated external defibrillator, was taken to the scene and was also used to help resuscitate this woman. Sergeant Neal also arrived and assisted with CPR until she started to show signs of responsiveness. Now, once JFRD arrived at the school, they were able to transfer this young woman to the hospital in stable condition. Later that day, a JFRD district chief contacted school police and said this about the events. He said, "In 26 years of pre-hospital responses, I can count on less than 2 hands the number of times I've arrived on a scene to find bystander CPR in progress on a patient. In the vast majority of those cases where bystanders have been in progress with CPR, the patient has survived. There is no doubt in my mind that if the 2 officers had not taken the actions they did, the patient would have succumbed to her condition. Given the actions of these 2 officers and the school nurse, a life was saved." And to help honor these 3, we're joined by Stillwell Principal Tamara Tushoff. And Dr. Green will also be honoring them with a coin of excellence. So please help us congratulate these 3 for their courageous acts. For our final presentation, we recognize another hero, this time a bus driver who came to the rescue of 2 very young, unattended children. She is Shirley Jones, a driver with one of our contractors, Student Transportation of America. This happened in late May in the Arlington area. Jones was driving along Rogero on her way to pick up a student when she saw 2 small children in the street. She saw a vehicle nearby and assumed an adult was with them, but couldn't help but notice they just didn't look safe. Well, Jones continued along her route to pick up the student, but on her way back, she saw these children were still in the street all alone. Rather than ignore the situation, Miss Jones said she had to do something. She pulled over and began speaking to these children and also called dispatch for help. She safely brought the children on her bus and deduced that they had been left unattended for hours and were very hungry. In the end, police arrived at the scene and were able to take over and lead the children to safety. When it was all said and done, Miss Jones said she wasn't sure if she would get in trouble for stopping in the middle of her route, but she was convinced these children were lost and she just could not leave them behind. And we also want to acknowledge that District Director of Transportation, Erica Harding, is here in the audience, and Mr. Jones will also receive a coin of excellence. Please help us congratulate Ms. Jones for her courageous actions. This concludes this evening's presentations.
Thank you, Ms. Pierre. Moving on to the approval of the August 3rd, 2021 agenda, that the Duval County School Board approve the August 3rd, 2021 agenda as submitted on July 27th, 2021 with the following changes. Board members, settlement claim, Amy Donofrio, item amended and moved to Human Resources compensation. Academic Services, public hearing and vote, revisions to the 2021-2022 Code of Student Conduct, attachments replaced. I ask for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Board Member Joyce, seconded by Board Member Jones. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I call for your vote. By your action, you have approved the agenda 7-0. In lieu of my chairman's report this evening, I have a couple of guests who will be speaking with us. We will start this evening with Councilmember Brenda Priestley Jackson. Thank you for being here, Councilmember.
Former board chair.
Former school board chair, that's right.
Thank you so much, Chair Anderson, to members of the Duval County School Board, Vice Chair Willie, to Dr. Green. I bring you greetings on behalf of the Jacksonville City Council and our Council President, Sam Newby. I am your Duval County School Board liaison. I respect and appreciate the unique role you have in ensuring that our community's young people are afforded a high-quality public education. Article 9 of the Florida Constitution entrusts you with the operation, control, and supervision of all free public schools. It entrusts Dr. Green with the management and day-to-day operation of our public schools, which means our public school students. In the face of insurmountable grief, economic uncertainty, and the resurgence of COVID-19 Delta variant, you are entrusted with educating our young people, our community's most precious resources, our students, our present wonders, and our future hopes. I trust you. I trust each of you. I trust that our neighbors know that you are best suited to make these decisions in this present time. I trust that you know it's a tough decision to have in-person classes, but it's necessary because the learning gains are not the same through remote learning. I trust that you follow the advice of not only the American Academy of Pediatrics and the CDC, but you trust the advice of our local health department and others and understand what ensures a safe, healthy educational environment for our young people. I trust that you know that only 12-year-olds and older are eligible for the vaccine, but that's a significantly small percentage of the young people in our Duval County public schools. I trust that you understand that for the teachers to make the decision to determine who is or who is not vaccinated instead of instructing and teaching is a distraction. I trust that you will make the recommendations that we need, and you must be free to do that. Our Duval County Public Schools, along with the other 66 counties in the state of Florida, were created by our Florida Constitution. Research says that masks mitigate the spread of the Delta variant. Masks mitigate the spread of the Delta variant. We want our neighbors to be vaccinated, but we want our young people safe. I respect that you understand that and will make those decisions, and I'll stand for you as an ally to fight anybody who decides to usurp your role in that. Parents have a choice. They have a choice not to vaccinate their children. They have a choice not to mask their children, and that choice means the next step, keep them home. Keep them home. It is not fair to the other young people in school that one person's choice can cause an outbreak in an entire classroom and disrupt learning and may result in the loss of life. So again, I don't envy your position. You should not fear the loss of funding or threats from any other entity. You are elected to make these decisions. Nothing is closer to our democracy than our elected school board, not the city council, not members of the delegation. You are. So I stand here as a supporter of yours and want to say that whatever I can do to respect and support your work to make the tough decisions to ensure that our young people go back to school in a safe environment, that our teachers are protected, our staffs are protected, and our communities are protected with masks, please know that we support you in making the tough decisions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman. The other person I've asked to join us here this evening is one of our esteemed legal counsel from the Office of General Counsel, Mr. John Phillips. Mr. Phillips, I've asked him to come and to help us understand before we even get into the meeting tonight. I know that this is pressing on our minds. If you wouldn't mind, please tell us, what does the executive order say and maybe what it doesn't say?
Good evening. Thank you for inviting me to help discuss this. And so what the order says is, I guess I should identify myself, shouldn't I? It's John Phillips. I am the head of the General Litigation Department for the General Counsel's Office, and I've been an attorney for 42 years. And it is my pleasure to address you all tonight. What the order says is that it's entitled Ensuring Parents' Freedom to Choose Masks in Schools. There are a number of recitations of alleged facts. Essentially, it then mentions a new law that was passed that took effect 33 days ago, called the Parents' Bill of Rights, creating a new chapter in Section 1014 of the Florida statutes, which talks about not infringing on the fundamental rights of parents to direct the upbringing, education, and care of their minor children, and the right to make health care decisions for his or her minor child, and essentially providing statutorily that strict scrutiny would be applied to any decision to not agree with a parent's rights in that regard. It's a very broad law, and of course there's no case law construing it because it's only 33 days old. Then it goes on to talk about the need for in-person school, and then essentially indicates that it is simply not an option for the school board to mandate all-day mask use by students in schools and provides that if the State Board of Education determines that the district school board is unwilling or unable to comply with the law, the State Board shall have the authority to withhold the transfer of state funds, discretionary grant funds, discretionary lottery funds, or any other funds specified as eligible for this purpose by the legislature until the school district complies with the law or State Board rule and declare the school district ineligible for competitive grants. And then it goes on to direct the Department of Health and the Department of Education to immediately execute rules to ensure safety protocols for controlling the spread of COVID-19 in schools that, and I'm quoting now, do not violate Floridians' constitutional freedoms, don't violate parents' rights under Florida law to make health care decisions for minor children, and protect children from face masking requirements, in essence. The Commissioner of Education is authorized in this order to pursue all legal means available to ensure the school districts adhere to Florida law, including but not limited to withholding state funds. And then it goes on to invite the legislature to further protect the rights of parents who don't want their children to wear masks in school. And please don't misunderstand me. I'm not here to advocate for that. I'm just describing what the order says.
Thank you. We appreciate that, Mr. Phillips. I think in order for us to be able to respond to our community members, we've got an overwhelming number of emails. We have guests here tonight that I know are here to speak on this. So I just wanted to make sure that we were clear in understanding what the executive order says. Do you feel like there's anything or any piece that you would want to make sure as our legal counsel from the Office of General Counsel that we should know or should be aware of this evening?
Well, there are other aspects of the law that would have to be taken into consideration with respect to whatever action you might take. There is a first DCA decision that Green versus Alachua County, and I'd be happy to discuss that either later or now. That decision applied strict scrutiny to a countywide mask mandate and reversed a preliminary injunction, or reversed the denial of a preliminary injunction based on the constitutional right of privacy in the Florida Constitution. You know, there are aspects of that decision that probably should be considered.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. I have heard other districts around the state or even from the community, it suggested that there may be some exploration or challenge to the executive order. Do you feel like there are legal grounds to challenge the order?
Well, you can come up with legal grounds. At this point, you know, if we wanted to challenge it, you know, there are things that we could say. Whether those would be efficacious or whether that would work or whether we would win or lose, it's kind of a different and fairly lengthy discussion. I'm sure that y'all may have a bunch of questions about that, but one of the things that this first DCA decision is very problematic for a mask mandate, and it's an odd situation. And what you may not know is that the DCAs, the District Courts of Appeal, are sort of like mini Supreme Courts. It's very difficult to get to the Supreme Court of Florida in a case that doesn't involve the death penalty. It's discretionary review. And so when a DCA rules, that's essentially the rule for that DCA. There is another DCA that has a decision out there that is contrary to ours. And it would be, from a prudential standpoint, it would be far more likely, at least somewhat more likely, of success if someone in that DCA were to challenge the mask mandate, because they've already got a favorable case, whereas we've already got a case that's not favorable.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Just to be clear, Although we've asked you to come here tonight and help us understand the executive order that we just received on Friday, if we wanted to solicit a formal opinion from the general counsel, maybe Ms. Mears, what is our process for doing that?
Sure. Requests for formal opinions, actions, or directives from the Office of General Counsel are to be made by the board chair or by a majority vote of the board, and that's pursuant to policy 2.13 Duval County policy.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to be clear for everyone listening that I appreciate your guidance here. It does not serve as a formal opinion from the general counsel. And if this board should desire to move forward in that way, then we could explore those options at a further time.
Yeah, we could do that. We'd be happy to. We would want the questions asked of us to make sure we understand what the question is and what we're being asked to opine on, but an opinion could be rendered.
Great. I appreciate it. Mr. Phillips, if you don't mind, if you will stay this evening in case additional questions come up during our public hearing.
I'll be happy to answer whatever questions the board has.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. That is all I have for the chair report tonight, so I will turn it over to the superintendent, Dr. Green. Your report?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to try to make my report as short as possible. As we begin a new school year, you've heard us talk about the strategies that we will be putting in place for mitigating COVID-19, and so I'm not going to go over each and every one of them because most of you have received this information, but I think it's very important. We've had a number of questions about our dashboard. Our dashboard will go live on August 10th, the first day of school, and the dashboard will be updated daily. Normally it's updated at night about between 8 and 10 p.m. so that families can see that information every morning to ensure that they are keeping track of any COVID-19 reports that are connected to their schools. We also will be working in partnership with the Duval Health Department to offer in-school COVID-19 vaccination clinics. We will start on August 18th with vaccination clinics for all of our secondary schools. Those clinics will be open for not only students but also employees at those schools. For our employees, starting tomorrow, we will have Wellness on Wheels. We are in partnership with Agape Family Health. The JTA has partnered with Agape Family Health to bring what they call Wellness on Wheels. So tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., the mobile van will be parked outside of the main school board office for employees to come. If they have not been vaccinated, they can get their vaccine tomorrow, and they will give them appointment times for their second shot. I believe Agape Family Health uses the Moderna. All they need is a valid Florida identification. And even though this is set up for our employees, if anyone just happens to be visiting the school board office and they're not vaccinated, they can, if they have their valid Florida identification, they can get vaccinated at the mobile van. We will be providing a calendar not only on our website but to all of our employees of all of the opportunities that will be available and afforded to not only students but employees over the next 30 days, basically September 3rd, which would be the beginning of the Labor Day weekend, to ensure that we are giving everyone every opportunity who meets the eligibility to be vaccinated an opportunity to receive such. So I know that we will have further discussion as it relates to the code of conduct, and so any other conversation about the strategies we are using, I'll be more than happy to address during that time. But moving on, as you know, we just received our FSA scores, and to say that COVID has had an impact would be an understatement. Not a single subject area did the state improve in. The state went down in every single subject area. And Duval, we were no different than any other the majority of the school districts in the state. So it's sobering news, but it also gives us a baseline to start with for the students that are coming back, for students that we may have not seen for the last 18 months, for students who were impacted greatly by chronic absenteeism or any other situation related to COVID-19. We are developing plans for all students who are falling in one of those categories. So our goal is that every level 1, level 2 student will have, and for lack of a better word, a personalized plan to support them. This school year, we thought we would be back to somewhat close to normal, but as you can see, we're not. And we are pivoting, if you will. I thought I wouldn't use that word ever again. But to develop a strategy, how do we, if we have students who are quarantined, what do we do to support them during those 10 days that they are, however many days they may be required to quarantine? What we see in our data is, I told the board last week that a quarter of our students missed more than 20 days. Well, the vast majority of them had a quarantine somewhere in between those 20 days. So when you add quarantine plus just normal absences, that is creating a great challenge for our teachers, because again, it doesn't matter how much resources we have, the training we give our teachers, if they're not in the classroom, if they're not present, then we're not able to impart or facilitate that learning for our students. But the one thing I do want to point out is that through the data we collect through our, what we call our PMAs, it was about, we said we would have a drop of somewhere between 2 to 3 points, and we averaged a drop of 4 points. So we were very close in what we predicted for FSA reading. Reading had the least amount of drops. We, in grades 3, 5, 8, and 10, we only dropped 2 points for each of those grade levels, which one would think literacy, which is our area of focus, that would have had more of a drop than mathematics, our area of strength. And that was not the case. But it's also the case nationwide that for whatever reason, mathematics nationally has dropped dramatically because of the pandemic. And one of the theories is that you practice reading. You can pick up a book anytime and read. You know, a parent, you're playing around too much in the house, we'll say, go get a book and go in your room and read. Very rarely do we say, go find a math book and go do math problems. It's a lack of practice. Whether they were virtual or brick and mortar, math is a skill that you can learn, but you can only learn it through extensive practice. And so parents, when you hear about the dreaded math homework, it is imperative that students actually do their homework, because they get better at math the more they practice math. And we see that data. We had predicted a loss of 9 to 10 points, and that's exactly what we saw as it relates to mathematics, is that the lack of practice. And when you're learning remotely, you're only seeing the teacher during those times of instruction, and the energy that our teachers and students have to put into remote learning after the day is over is very challenging to say, now I'm going to go do math problems again, when you've been working on a variety of subjects during the day. So math statewide saw drops of double digits in some districts, but for Duval, we know that we still have work to do, and we believe we have a strong plan to support those students. But it will still come back to that issue of chronic absenteeism. We were very proud that civics, that we, for the first time, tied the state in civics. We've never tied the state as it relates to civics education. We were ranked #1 for civics with the Big 7 districts in Florida. And as I stated, we also tied the state average in percentage of students scoring proficient in civics. Again, drops in every category of the state for Duval County 8th grade. Traditionally, 8th grade is a grade we struggle in gains for 8th graders, because if you are a proficient 8th grader, you're taking courses like Algebra 1, Geometry, you're taking biology, you're not taking standard 8th grade courses. But kudos to our teachers who are teaching 8th grade students. That was the one grade level that saw the least amount of drop. And I'm convinced that because we had such a focus on what we needed to do for our students, that our 8th graders kind of stepped up to the plate to perform at levels that I would have expected. Their drops would have been significant. And pretty much at 8th grade, they either tied the state or they were better than the state at 8th grade. So that's kind of a brief preview of our data. We are excited that for the first time now, I have some historians about school grades. And I've tried to talk to these historians and said, what's the lowest number of D or F schools that the district has ever had? Well, we believe in a month, we will find out that we are at the lowest number of D. We don't have any F schools, so I just say D or F. That we will, for the first time, have single digit, that we will only have 9 D schools after we are allowed to submit for those schools that qualify for a school grade. That is a testament of the hard work that Team Duval has done, whether they're from the district, school base, or in the classroom. It took a tremendous amount of effort to have 8 D schools show gains for a letter grade or C or higher. I do want to highlight one particular school, Rutledge Pearson. Our data that we have today, they were a D school in 2018-19, and the data indicates that they will be an A-rated school when this is over. It's my belief that there are only 2 in the state. I do not know the other school, but that I believe Rutledge Pearson and another school are the only schools that went from a grade of D to A. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for ending on some good news. We're excited about that. That brings us on to public comments this evening. We are now on to the public comment portion of our agenda. The school board does welcome your comments on matters that are before the board for consideration. It is not the board's intent to respond this evening, but to use the input in our deliberations. To give everyone appropriate respect and courtesy, we ask the audience to refrain from audible comments or applause. When you come to the microphone, please state your name for the record. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. When the green light in front of me starts blinking, you will have a minute remaining. When the light turns yellow, you will have 30 seconds remaining. When it turns red and the buzzer sounds, your time will be up. If your concerns exceed that time, you may present written comments to the board. Board Policy 2.26 provides for an orderly and efficient meeting without disruptions by words or actions. You are asked to refrain from references to specific individuals and to follow expectations for civil discourse. Any speaker or audience member that does not comply with these expectations will be subject to warning and removal from the meeting. In an effort to mitigate against the spread of COVID-19, we have placed hand sanitizer and disinfectant wipes at the podium. We do ask that each speaker wipe down the microphone and podium before addressing the board. The CDC does currently recommend that facial coverings are worn while in public if you are in an area of substantial or high transmission, regardless of your vaccination status. Please remember that speaker cards were only accepted until 6:20 p.m. Thank you for being with us and for taking the time to address the board. Vice Chairman.
Madam Chair, we have 43 speakers for tonight. First, we'll start with Frank DeLong, followed by Rebecca Cardona.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Green. My name is Frank DeLong. I'm the chairman of the School Board Maintenance Unit, IBW 177. I'm here tonight to discuss the quality of service we have been receiving from Payroll and Human Resources Department. Our department prides ourselves on the quality of service we provide and dedicate ourselves to the quality of workmanship to provide safe and functional facilities to children of Duval County. However, when payroll or HR is involved, the issues arise. We feel very unappreciated. In the times we could call and talk to someone in payroll or HR with no problems and would be quickly and efficiently resolved. This is no longer the case. Now when we call, we rarely get anyone on the phone and are directed to leave a voicemail. Our calls are rarely returned, and when we send emails, no one replies. We have questions, we get no answers. It's very frustrating. There are people I work with that haven't been paid correctly in 9 months. They're missing out on $200 a month because they've given up on contacting payroll and HR. I've only recently learned this and reported it to the union president. In our last negotiation, we negotiated supplement pay for safety training for several employees that have yet to receive it. I've called the union and they called HR, and they want us to provide the names of the ones who have been shorted. Everyone is supposed to receive the supplement. They only have to look on their computer system to see for themselves. There was a recent pay discrepancy that affected licensed tradesmen in the maintenance department. We tried to resolve it, but ended up elevating to the union. When the union representative called, they admitted they made the mistake and they were going to resolve it on the next paycheck. Did HR or payroll send a simple email or to the people involved and inform them of the mistake of the resolution? No. Our union representative called me and I had to got the information out by word of mouth and text. It seems the only way to get answers is to involve the union, email everybody but you, or to physically come down to the school board office. Even then, they speak to us with contempt. Do all 278 maintenance personnel need to come to the office all at once to get our point across? All we request is to be spoken to and treated with the same respect they expect from us, and to do their job. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeLong. Next, we'll have Rebecca Cardona, followed by Kate Dobbin.
Good afternoon, school board members, Dr. Green, and guests. My name is Rebecca Cardona, and I'm a business representative with Teamsters Local Union 512. Local 512 represents all school bus drivers and attendants that service Duval County Public Schools. I want to start off by recognizing and commending our school industry Teamsters members, which are the school bus drivers and monitors servicing DCPS. These frontline essential workers perform an unbelievable job during the 2020-2021 school year under tough and certainly scary conditions. I'm certain that with proper protections, they will again perform admirably this school year. In addition to our members, many thanks go out to the teachers, school staff, and carriers, both Student Transportation of America and Durham School Services, for their support of the drivers and monitors during this challenging pandemic. Thanks also goes out again this year to Dr. Green and the school board members for recognizing the necessity for social distancing, the sanitization of buses, safe loading and unloading practices, seating charts, and proper PPE. However, Local 512 believes that by eliminating the mask mandate for all passengers and increasing the load capacity during the school bus transit These changes from last school year fall short of the guidelines outlined in the CDC and the protections necessary in preventing the spread of COVID-19 and the highly contagious Delta variant. Over the past months, we have seen record outbreaks of positive COVID cases in many of our frontline crafts. It goes without saying, without proper protections, such as masks on school buses, this trend will certainly emerge in school bus transportation. School bus drivers and attendants deserve and are entitled to the safest working conditions we can all provide for them. We all need to remember, in addition to these essential workers being on the buses, they are also transporting America's most precious cargo, our children. Simply said, these students are our hearts, our loved ones, and our future. They also deserve the most protection we can provide for them during these unprecedented trying times. This board, each of you, possesses the authority to mandate masks for all passengers and limit capacity on school buses until such time as the pandemic can be brought back under control. We strongly agreed with Dr. Green's first directive of mandating masks for the next 30 days or an additional 30 days if needed to mitigate the viral spread. Local 512 urges you to put the health and safety of both the drivers and attendants, the student passengers, and school staff first. We've all lived with masks for the past year. What's another 30 days? Let's keep everyone safe by mandating masks and school buses also. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cardona.
Please no applause. Please no applause.
Next, we'll have Kate Dobbins, followed by Alexandra Schoening.
Good evening. I have been the visual and performing arts teacher at the Communication and Social Skills for Special Needs Students with Autism at Westside High School since 2018. To everyone who has done even the most basic research on the findings of our most reputable medical information outlets, there is no question as to whether masks work to help slow the spread of COVID-19. How many of you here have ever really been in any one of our middle or high school students when the bell rings, signaling it is time to change classes? If not, I'll tell you from firsthand experience, social distancing is virtually impossible. As of last Tuesday, the Centers for Disease Control and Infection updated the recommendations and said, in a renewed effort to limit the spread of COVID-19, fully vaccinated Americans should wear masks indoors if they're in an area of substantial or high coronavirus transmission, and specifically mentioned especially students and teachers. Florida has 6.5% of the U.S. population, yet we have 20% of the new COVID-19 cases, and the counties comprising Northeast Florida have the highest per capita ratio of infection in our state. So now, with the Delta variant thought to have the ease of transmissibility, possibly equivalent to that of the chickenpox, and the newer, even more dangerous Lambda variant becoming more widespread, and who knows how many more easily transmissible and more virulent variants could possibly emerge in the future. The lion's share of the blame for Florida's disastrously deadly response to this pandemic falls squarely on the shoulders of our governor. He has completely politicized this issue because he wants to be reelected in 2022 and then run for president in 2024. He is simply pandering to his former president-loving, ignorant, science-denying base. This is a direct quote from State Senator Joe Gruters of Sarasota, the statewide GOP chair. He stated, the governor has said winning these school board races is a top priority, and he will help use his influence to win some of these races. Of course, school board members are right to fear reprisal by him that could impact their future political ambitions. But we must all stand against this bully. Broward County has done it, and we should too. I will close by saying, mere words cannot express my disgust and disappointment over this sad and pathetic situation of teachers and students being used as nothing more than political pawns. After taking a full leave of absence last year, I was so looking forward to returning to school today, but I could not take the chance because of my serious underlying health conditions. So I've extended my leave of absence indefinitely, but truth be told, it probably is going to end in resignation. Thank you for your time.
Can you state your name for the record really quick?
Mary Dobbins.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dobbins. Next, we'll have Alexandra Schoening, followed by Betty Bentley. Is Ms. Schoening in the audience? Okay. Yeah. She was supporting face mask requirements. We'll next have Betty Bentley, followed by Ross Garrislis.
Good evening. My name is Betty Bentley. I am a citizen and a retired teacher. I've lived in Duval County for 42 years and taught in Duval schools for most of that time. I appreciate you letting me speak. Now, I believe that the school system is disillusioned with Governor DeSantis' mandating the choice for masks. A mask is a medical procedure or it's considered a medical placement. Children and parents deserve that right to decide whether they want to use a mask or not. Teachers also deserve that right. There are things that can protect our students and our teachers. Many of those things are suppressed, and that is wrong. By mandating that teachers wear masks, school system is skirting the issue. Parents will take their children to school, and when they get there, they're going to see their teacher masked, and that's going to create fear. Some parents, I'm sure you would like for them to think, oh, I better volunteer to mask my child. That is not right. That puts the children in the middle, and the parents, the students who don't wear masks will then be ostracized. This kind of strategy of not giving people a choice is used in countries, in socialist countries, to instill fear and exert control, to control the people. We're on to you, and your agenda is exposed. Everyone can see, and we're not going to forget or let you forget or get away with it. We, the people, we put you in your positions, and we, the people, can take you out of them. And we expect fairness for medical mandates for all.
Thank you, Ms. Bentley. Next, we'll have Ross Garrellis, followed by Elton Brown.
Good evening, school board members, Dr. Green. My name is Ross Garrellis. First, I'd like to thank you guys under the current circumstances, at least for unmasking our children going into this next school year. We must ensure that students are treated appropriately regardless of their choice to wear a mask if they're comfortable in their own classrooms. Our children are God's greatest gift, and we must always do what's right for them. That being said, I have concerns over the continued mask policy for our school staff. As we all know, the CDC and NIH have declared masks ineffective. Not only are they ineffective, but they pose health risks. This is a personal health decision. The current Duval County policy gives one group of adults choice and freedom, while another group is not afforded a choice. We're endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights. Those rights are not given by government, but by God. This includes our personal medical decisions. 18 months ago, we trusted our school staff to pivot and move their entire platform online, shortly after we started a new school year back in the classroom. The changes in home and professional lives were drastic. All of these men and women, principals, teachers, janitorial staff, from the top to the bottom, are all capable of making decisions for their own health. We must protect freedom at every turn. We, the people, demand it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Garrellis. Next, we'll have Elton Brown, followed by Sunil Joshi.
Good evening, board, Madam Superintendent, Chair. My name is Elton Brown. I'm here, I represent food service and custodians for the district, as well as those contracted personnel. I come to you to speak this evening regarding the company HES. During the coronavirus pandemic, 2 Tennessee school districts had contracted custodial services with HES facilities or its subsidiaries and have alleged poor services as well as other complaints. In February of this year, Cleveland Board of Education in Cleveland, Tennessee recommended ending their contract with HES early. School leaders noted that while the relationship between the company and the district was fairly good, however, their services were less than satisfactory. HES was awarded the contract services for custodial here in the district with DCPS beginning July 1 of this year and has been met with challenges. However, their challenges are met with us regarding communication with management and school leads, proposing a team for cleanup at James Weldon and not providing such. They were actually lying to the principal regarding that. The breakdown of equipment and not providing replacement, non-responsive to managers, most of the staff reporting not receiving pay. As a matter of fact, there's still, as of this present moment, staff has not been paid. I will have one person called me today and said that they hadn't been paid since the contract came over. Also, not providing any health insurance coverage. They don't even have accidental death dismemberment coverage for the employees. Make me wonder if they're even paying workers' comp. The refusal to pay holiday pay. These cost-cutting procedures pose a great risk to the health and safety of students and district staff personnel as well as the community. When employees are mistreated, they leave the company. And when custodial employees leave, proper sanitation of schools and other buildings are affected. We know that COVID is on the rise again, and especially here in Duval County. We cannot sit idly by and allow the risk of the students and district personnel as well as the community continue to be put in harm's way. The company chooses profit over quality and the young minds here in district of the Duval. And I'm asking the district to please reevaluate their contract with this company.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Next, we'll have Sunil Joshi, followed by Clara Sowers.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak here today. My name is Sunil Joshi. I'm an immunologist and allergist here in Jacksonville. I have a few other titles, but my most important title is I'm a parent, a father of 2 children in the Duval County Public Schools. I was also born and raised here in Jacksonville and went through the public school system as well. I think it is very, very important to understand that children now account for 15 to 20% of the new weekly COVID cases in the United States. Because we have been unable to vaccinate many of our school-age children, we must recognize that the mitigation of this pandemic has to address the role that children play in its ongoing spread. Vaccines provide fantastic protection against the Delta variant and can prevent serious illness and death for sure. However, breakthrough cases are occurring even in immunized individuals. It then becomes important to block the rate of transmission from children to adults. If we are able to protect the kids from the infection, it also protects their parents and the community at large, their football coaches, basketball coaches, people that they interact with. Most importantly, we need to protect our children themselves from COVID. We have to get over this inaccurate and overplayed thought that COVID-19 is an insignificant infection in children, because that is simply not the case, especially with the Delta variant. Most recently, the American Academy of Peds noted that from May of 2020 to July of 21, roughly 350 children have died from COVID in the United States. This is substantially more deaths than we observe in children during the most severe flu seasons that we have in this country. And we have a vaccine for the flu which right now 12 years and older and under cannot get the vaccine for COVID. In the United Kingdom, where the Delta variant has been around longer than it has been here, the positivity rate amongst those under the age of 25 is substantially higher than those over the age of 65. The Delta variant is 225% more transmissible than the original variant, and we're basing all of our decisions that we're doing now on the original variant of the vaccine, not the Delta variant. All of this combined with our very high community spread, inability to vaccinate children under the age of 12, and increasing hospitalizations leading to near capacity in many of our local hospitals makes a simple mitigation strategy, a low-cost intervention that does not harm people, a no-brainer. It is okay to call out the state leader on his bluff. We need to do what is in the best interest of our community, and most importantly, we need to do what is in the best interest of our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joshi. Next, we'll have Clara Sowers, followed by Timothy Sloan.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for letting us be here, and thank you for listening to us. Thank you for all of the hard work you put in last year. I know it's crazy for everyone, and we appreciate everything you've done. My name is Clara Sowers. I am a mother of 3 children in your district, and they love going to school here. They love it. The magnet programs are fantastic. We are very proud to be Duval County students. Last year, we opted for the online option because we felt it was the safest for our family. We keep hearing about the detriments of the psychological detriments that we've seen in children because of the isolation, because of not being able to interact with other children as normal children and not being able to see their friends, not being able to just interact and play and be kids. There's another side to this that we're not seeing as well, is these kids that have been online for a year and a half have been listening to everything we say, have been watching everything, and they know this time is more dangerous than last year. It's more dangerous now. They know, and we're sending them. The fear factor is not from the isolation now. It's when we go to Walmart and we see half of Walmart without a mask on, because it's like, okay, don't breathe. What happens when they can't walk out of the classroom? What happens when they walk into a classroom and there's no mask mandate to ensure their safety? To say, okay, we're going to protect each other as a community. There's a lot of anxiety going on, not just in isolation, but now going back to school, trying to get back on track. And that anxiety also needs to be remembered, that our kids have anxiety about going back to school in an uncertain environment. So I thank you for considering. I don't wish to be in your shoes. Thank you. I know you will do what's best. Call him on his bluff. You can do it. He's not going to be happy with 1 million parents on his door. We'll back you up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sowers, and thanks for bringing your crew with you back there.
Thank you.
Next, we'll have Timothy Sloan, followed by Haley Lafferty.
Good evening. I'm Timothy Sloan, the father of 2 in DCPS. Yesterday morning, I called 5 of the large school districts in this state about mandatory masks. Miami-Dade and Broward County School Districts said they are making it mandatory and will reevaluate their decision in September. I asked, didn't the governor mandate that school districts couldn't do this? Both persons that I spoke with basically said, we have to take all precautions in ensuring a safe learning environment and do what's best for our students and all employees. Now, I don't care what anyone else here says, but I figure if the superintendent and the school board had the courage to file a lawsuit against the city council over the half-cent sales tax that concerned the brick and mortar of buildings, then they should have the same courage and the willingness to fight and stand up to the governor about the blood, flesh, and bones of our children. It's convenient and easy to blame the governor, but the leadership of Miami-Dade and Broward County School Districts have spoken with their actions for their students and all employees and mandated the wearing of masks. As I listened to the Office of General Counsel speak, he left the door open. That's all that I'm asking as a parent, is to fight. You rallied the city for a half-cent sales tax that had to do with brick and mortar. We're talking about the lives of children. We would have supported you to fight this governor. He has been threatening to withhold funds for years. It's nothing new. Superintendent and school board, last Monday, I sent you an email asking for the DCPS procedural guidelines for continued learning. I have received no response. When we know test positive COVID cases will happen and students, teachers, and all contact tracing persons will have to be sent home to be quarantined for maybe 10 to 14 days. With more students, no social distancing, and no mandate on masks, we can think one of the worst case scenarios might be there's the possibility that many school buses, multiple classrooms in multiple schools, and even some schools might have to shut down. What is the plan for learning to take place when you have so conveniently done away with DHR? Parents don't know. I posted this on Facebook. Sadly, educators do not know. I would tell you, my daughter is a senior, her last year of school. Last year, I kept her home with DHR. I'm sending her back this year. My daughter has complete congenital heart disease. Beautiful young lady with the condition of a heart, of that of an 80-year-old. I would easily remove my daughter from school, but her learning must continue. Superintendent, after I leave here this evening, I am going to resend this email to you, and I will ask that you please give me a response. I've listened to other parents and whatnot in the community and say how many responses they have received. I ask the same courtesy. I thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sloan. Thank you, Mr. Sloan. Next, we'll have Haley Lafferty, followed by Beth Marlowe.
Good evening. I'm Haley Lafferty. I come to you as a parent of 3 children in DCPS schools and as a nurse in the community. I don't want my children to wear masks at school. I don't want their school experience to be avoiding getting close to friends, not seeing each other smile, filled with reminders from the teacher to keep masks on. I don't want them to have plastic dividers reminding them they are separate from their class. In fact, this was a major reason we kept our children home last year and participated in Duval Homeroom. Last year, we made large financial sacrifices for our children to stay home. This year, we don't feel like we can continue that financial sacrifice. We're also a family that depends on the opportunity of magnet schools. We spent 3 years trying to obtain a spot in a magnet program, and last year we were able to keep that spot through the opportunity of Duval Homeroom. This year, we don't have that option. Choosing for our children to stay home through Duval Virtual or homeschooling would require us to sacrifice not only financially, but we would lose our magnet placement, significantly limiting our options as we move forward in their education. I heard earlier the mask mandate or the mask optional mandate, and I urge you to think outside the box. Separate classrooms, masked and unmasked. Offer Duval homeroom again. Give some of us some options for our children when we're worried about their safety. Unfortunately, this decision for us is very complicated because we're in the height of this pandemic locally. I'm a nurse, and this week I'm caring for previously healthy young pregnant moms struggling to breathe with permanent lung scarring. Right now in my institution, I don't think people understand. You come for chemotherapy or you're coming in to deliver your baby, and you will be next door to somebody with COVID, sharing a nurse with someone that has COVID. I have a friend in the PICU at Wolfson's that continues to tell me stories of what COVID is doing to our children. RSV caused pneumonia and lung collapse in one of my daughters at 3 months old with years of aftermath on her breathing. These are things I don't want for my children. My children would likely choose no helmet and no seatbelt if given the opportunity. But in our family, we have always chosen safety for our children. They're accustomed to masks just as they did helmets and seatbelts. School will be the first thing they do that's crowded indoors for 1.5 years, and that's terrifying for us. We're all very emotionally invested as parents. Our finances, our health, physical and mental, are all on the line. And I urge you to listen to the professionals and experts in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lafferty. Next, we'll have Beth Marlowe, followed by Shayna London.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak to you. My name is Beth Marlowe, and I am the parent of an 11-year-old DCPS student. I implore you to make masks mandatory for all students, employees, teachers, and anyone else who comes into our schools until our local public health officials tell us that it is safe to stop doing so. No one enjoys wearing masks, but I think we all understand the importance of doing so. Florida leads the nation, and Jacksonville leads Florida in the transmission of a very contagious and sometimes deadly disease that may have long-term consequences, even in those, like our kids, who show minimal or no symptoms when initially infected. We must protect our kids, the most vulnerable in our community, from a serious disease. We protect them from car accidents with seat belts and car seats. We protect them from bike falls with helmets. And we must also protect them from COVID exposure with masks until community transmission subsides. We know they work, and it is the very least that we can do. Using our kids as pawns in political power plays is reprehensible. If we capitulate to those plays, that is unconscionable. Our first and most important responsibility as parents, educators, and leaders in this community is to keep our kids safe so they can stay in school and learn. This is not a personal freedom issue, it is a personal responsibility issue. To those who may disagree with my point of view, I would just say you don't have the right to expose my child to a deadly disease. We can't ask individual kids who are not able to be vaccinated to carry the responsibility of keeping themselves safe on their young, small shoulders. As adults, we have a sacred duty to them to carry that burden for them. Please stand up to the governor and require masks until our local public health officials tell us it's safe. We will all be liberated when we have defeated this awful disease together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marlowe. Next, we'll have Shayna London, followed by Melissa Bernhardt.
Hi. I thought a lot about talking about the science when I got up here this evening, but I'm not a scientist, I'm not a doctor, but I am a mom. And I also went to school for journalism, and it means that I naturally ask a lot of questions about everything. And I keep asking myself a question about the decisions that are being made at the state level for our kids, for everyone, but specifically for our kids. If Governor DeSantis were trying to give COVID to as many people as possible, what would he be doing any differently than exactly what he's doing right now? This is not motivated by science. We know the science. You know the science. The media knows the science. That's why they're here. If the science didn't matter, no one would care. Our medical leaders are begging you to listen. They have been sounding the alarm for weeks. This is not about science. The governor has made the virus and our children's exposure to it a political crusade. Whatever his calculation, he has either been advised or independently arrived at the conclusion that our children are manipulations in his political ambitions, whatever they may be. The question is no longer what will he do. We know what he will do. What will we do? What are we going to do? We are at a tipping point. Our kids are about to be sent back into their classrooms, and we know the science. If we don't stand up now, what price are they going to pay? There are 12 of them already in Wolfson's. 3 of them are in ICU beds. How many more are we going to send on his trip to the White House? How many? Please do not send them to that. Please don't. Please stand up to him. Please stand outside of the box, or think outside of the box like the other mom said. Make the other kids stay home for Duval homeroom. Separate them. Please do something. It's not fair, and you know it.
Thank you. Can you state your name for the record, please?
Shayna London.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Ms. London. Next, we'll have Melissa Bernhardt, followed by Dr. Jennifer Coward.
Good evening, school board members. My name is Melissa Bernhardt. You've seen my face before. I'm just here to say that Governor DeSantis, he is a stand-up guy. He has heard us. We have been calling on him to make the choices that should be easy to make. He is not doing a political ploy. He is responding to what we demand him to do. We don't want masks. If masks work, then everybody here wearing one should be happy and leave the rest of us unmasked that want to take the chance or want to take the science. The science is both sides. You can prove both. The masks are hurting our children. They are causing the inability to socialize with one another. When a baby is born, they need to see their mother's face. It is imperative that they see their mother's face and their father's face. If masks work, then what is the problem? Let the people that want to wear a mask wear them. I'm not against somebody wearing a mask. I'm against somebody making the choice for my child. I am the parent. I make the choice, not you. And for other people that are sitting here hollering and mocking my beliefs, I have this right. I have the right to decide the mask is wrong for my child. It's wrong for me. And if masks work, what is everybody so afraid of? We are being divided by a higher power. Don't let them divide us. I'm okay if you wear a mask. I want you to be okay if I don't. It's my choice. It's freedom. And DeSantis, he's doing what he's told. If he gets reelected, it will be because we love what he is doing. He is doing what we ask, and so is Commissioner Cochran. I have sent letters applauding them for standing up for us. And the Parent Bill of Rights, why does that even need to exist? Because our choices are being taken from us. We shouldn't have to have a Bill of Rights. We should just have the rights to our children and our decisions. But it's being challenged. It shouldn't be challenged. We love our children just as much as any scientist that says they want the mask on. If the masks work, wear it. If the vaccines work, get it. But it is an experiment, and we should not demand people get it. We should not insult people for not getting it. It is a choice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bernhardt. Next, we'll have Jennifer Cowart, followed by Adriana Cantville.
Thank you, board members, for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm Dr. Jennifer Cowart. I'm a hospitalist here in our Jacksonville hospitals. I take care of COVID patients when I go to work, and then I go home to my 8-year-old and my 4-year-old. One's going into 3rd grade this year in Duval County Schools, and one will be starting VPK. I had really hoped to be having a different conversation for this school year. You know, 2 months ago, things were looking pretty good. Case counts were low. We were talking about homework and talking about normal things again. And then cases started to rise the beginning of July, and our hospitals are being overwhelmed with cases of COVID-19. 20, 30, 40-year-olds coming into the hospital, going on high-flow oxygen, so short of breath they can't get to the bathroom without help. Some of them going on ventilators, some of them not making it home. Entire families being devastated by this illness. And the nurse that spoke, and I am speaking, and my physician colleagues are speaking because we're tired and because it hurts us to watch people suffer in this way. People do have choices, and they can make choices. I'm choosing to wear a mask to protect myself as well as everyone around me. Children need to be protected. They're young, they're minors, and parents do get to make decisions, except when that decision affects everyone else around them. Masks aren't going to work very well unless everyone is wearing them in the school. That's why all major reputable medical organizations, including the American Academy of Pediatrics, recommend that all children in school, regardless of vaccine status, wear a mask at this time because we're dealing with this deadly Delta variant. We are in crisis right now in Jacksonville. What I fear is within 1 to 2 weeks of school opening, that if masks are optional, that we will have widespread spread of this disease. We will have multiple students going home on quarantine, leading to entire classes being quarantined, leading to schools being closed. That also costs the district money. So I ask you, urge you, beg you, listen to the scientists, protect the children, the staff, the bus drivers, the teachers, require students to wear masks at the beginning of the school year until this deadly Delta variant has spent itself. I don't know how long that's going to be, but right now we're in crisis and we need to take bold action. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cowart. Next, we'll have Adriana Cantville, followed by Muhammad Reza.
Good evening, school board members and Dr. Green. My name's Dr. Adriana Cantville, and I'm a pediatric hospitalist. But today I'm also speaking to you as a mom of 2 young children. The topic of COVID-19 in our schools has been heavily discussed and at times been controversial. It's imperative that our school policies are reflective of facts, science, and data, and are not influenced by political pressure. Experts have been clear that the most effective way to prevent transmission of COVID-19 are to wear masks, get vaccinated, and physically distance from others. The AAP and CDC recommend universal masking in schools as part of the multi-layered approach to protecting our kids. This includes cocooning them with vaccinated adults. Last year, our schools adopted mandatory masking, distancing, increased cleaning and sanitation. Fortunately, our efforts were successful, and we had little spread of COVID-19 in schools. It has been suggested that we make masks not mandatory this year, but instead only strongly encourage masking while leaving it up to families to decide whether or not to comply. But how can we give up now as cases are surging again and masks have been shown to be extremely safe, well tolerated, and effective at preventing the spread of COVID-19. We've seen the consequences of this approach play out across the country, where districts that don't have mandatory masks are ravaged with COVID-19 and schools are devastated with quarantines and closures. And Florida now leads the nation in cases and hospitalizations. While some believe that the risk of COVID-19 to children is negligible, they can and do contract COVID. There are many children who have been and are currently hospitalized or in the pediatric ICU with moderate to severe COVID. Additionally, there's the risk to children weeks after infection when they can suffer from MIS-C, which has serious effects on the heart and blood vessels. The long-term effects of COVID infection aren't yet understood. It's imperative that we continue to protect our children as much as we can, especially those under 12 who are not yet eligible for the vaccine. Tragically, COVID-19 was in the top 10 causes of death in children for 2020. We can all agree that the preventable death of even one child is too many. I have personally cared for sick children with COVID-19. It was and is my privilege as a pediatrician to care for sick children in their time of need. It's exhausting but rewarding, and now that work continues. I have had to give a parent the devastating news that we've done all we could, but we were not able to save their child. I can promise you that there is no worse sound in the universe than the wails and desperate pleas of a mother who has lost their child. Our children's well-being and safety should not be optional. Masks should not be optional. Our children matter.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. Next, we'll have Dr. Mohammed Reza, followed by Nancy Stotts.
Good evening, board members. Good evening, Dr. Green. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. So tonight, I'm speaking to you as a father of 3 children, 2, 4, and 6, too young to get vaccinated. I'm speaking to you as a husband to a wife who's immunocompromised. I'm speaking to you with extended family members living at our home who could have very poor outcome if they do come in contact and contract this virus. I'm speaking to you as an infectious disease doctor that's worked in our community for the past year and a half, seeing the death and carnage this virus causes, especially this Delta variant, as it's overwhelmed our hospitals, capacity to care, with no end in sight in the number of sick that we're seeing in our hospitals. With the Delta variant, we're talking about a very different virus from the initial COVID-19 infection. This variant is, you all know, 225% more contagious than the initial virus. Somebody that got infected with this variant, they produce about 1,000 times more viral particle than the initial virus. What we're seeing in the hospital is they're coming in, they're a lot younger, they get sicker a lot quicker because they produce so much more virus in their respiratory tract. And that production of virus also allows them to infect many more people around them because they're emitting so much more virus. We're talking about a virus that's as contagious as chickenpox and mumps, which are some of the most contagious infections known to humans. Just to give you a perspective, the initial COVID-19 from Wuhan, China had an R0 of 2. What that means in layman terms is if I catch that virus, I can infect 2 other people. Right now, the Delta variant, the CDC has said, has an R0 of 9. That means if I catch Delta, I can infect 9 more people around me. That's how contagious this variant is. With stakes, so my concern is, given something so that's contagious, children will become sick. And if they don't become sick, my other concern is they will bring this contagious virus back to their homes, infecting parents, elderly grandparents, and other immunocompromised family members with dire consequences, and it's going to spread in our communities. With stakes higher than ever, why are we being given fewer options as parents this year, such as distant learning or masking requirements not being available? We've done everything in our capabilities to keep our children protected from this virus for the past 14 months. But sending them back to school, especially now with this Delta variant, without masking, without distance learning options, will make them the fuel that further burns this COVID fire throughout our communities, and it brings it back to our own homes. I humbly request that we delay school until
Thank
we
you,
have
Doc.
options such as distance learning and pod learning
Thank you, Doctor.
made available.
Can you
Thank
state your name for the record?
Dr. Mohammed Reza.
Thank you very much, Dr. Reza. Next, we'll have Nancy Stotts, followed by Karen DeMuth.
Thank you, board members and Dr. Green, for allowing me to speak. My name is Dr. Nancy Stotts. I'm a board-certified anesthesiologist with 27 years of clinical medicine experience. I'd like to start by saying there is no replacement for in-person learning, and we are not asking for that. I'd like to commend you on your in-school vaccination clinic. I think it's brilliant. I'm not going to belabor the point that Delta is bad. It's bad, folks. Ask any person working in a hospital in this town right now. It's bad. Vaccines are the best answer for this, by far. It's like an airbag and a seatbelt is better than your chassis. But we've unfortunately had a significant number of our community who are not willing to be vaccinated for unclear reasons to me. Perhaps not having seen the ravages of polio in their lifetime may have made a difference. I know it did for me, and I'm thankful that my parents allowed me to be vaccinated, and I'm sure you all are as well. So on to the big hot topic, which is masks. Somehow masks have taken on, this little piece of paper has taken on a political identity. I'm not sure, is mine D, R, or I? I'm not sure. I can't see it on the inside, but somehow it means everything to wear or not wear this mask. And that's backwards. This is a viral takeover, not a government takeover. There is nothing about this mask that has anything to do but saving ourselves from a virus. This is like any other virus. We were able to conquer things like smallpox due to vaccines and this type of mitigation. Earlier tonight, you commended a security guard for saving someone's life who is having a heart attack. And as physicians, we train long and hard for that privilege to take care of people. And tonight, and in the coming weeks, you too have that privilege to try and save a life, maybe more than one life, in fact, most certainly more than one life, by your decision. We would ask that you please consider a mandatory mask, an optional, an opt-out system where parents would have to be educated about the risks of not wearing masks, that you consider cohorting our children, that you consider having testing available ideally within the school, that you plan for quarantine and let parents know how you're going to handle that, how you're going to handle contact tracing, and how you're going to report it. We need to know that. And finally, the virtual option is going to be needed, frankly, because COVID is here and we're not paying attention yet. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Stotts. Next, we'll have Karen DeMuth, followed by Peter Stotts.
Good evening, Dr. Green and school board members and guests. My name is Karen DeMuth. I am the mother of 4 children and of a medically complex child with special needs, too young to be vaccinated and who may not be able to wear a mask due to cognitive and physical disabilities. After keeping my son home last year, aware of the negative impact of the loss of socialization, education, and therapies, although he was in Duval homeroom, I was thrilled and confident to send him back to school this fall. Then the COVID spike and mask controversy occurred. 2 of his pediatricians are adamant about him not attending in school. Dante, if he contracted COVID, could end up on a ventilator or worse. He's already spent over 200 days on a ventilator in his life, over a year in the hospital, and I'm not willing to risk that. I know that there are many other children in his situation that are in the school right now, And I feel at a minimum, educators and staff caring for this vulnerable population should have protections similar to healthcare workers, masks, vaccines, and/or testing, along with transparency reporting. We must protect this vulnerable population who have already been through so much in their short lives. COVID is a preventable tragedy, which is also overburdening our healthcare system, which unfortunately our children must access all too frequently for medical procedures and emergencies. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Muth. Next, we'll have Peter Stotts, followed by John Newman.
Thank you, board members. My name is Dr. Peter Stotts, and I am a clinician scientist. The theme of what I'm going to say for the next couple of minutes is we must all do what we can. I was boarded in critical care medicine, boarded in anesthesia, boarded in pain, and boarded in interventional pain management. I've served as the division chief at Johns Hopkins, a small hospital system up north from here, and where I started a program and I ran it for about 10 years. Over the years, I've held a number of academic positions, and including I'm currently president of the World Institute of Pain, where I talk to people around the world who are being afflicted by this problem. I'm also chief medical officer of the largest pain practice in the world and chief medical officer of a company looking to build new products to potentially solve COVID, one of which we got an emergency use authorization for COVID. And part of the reason I got so interested in this is my nurse husband died from COVID. She became critically ill with COVID and has now what's called long COVID. And I spend a lot of my time with the long COVID societies, the Survivor Core Group, trying to help patients navigate the system. But there is a couple of things that I think we can agree upon that are inalienable truths. First of all, as much as I want to say that the therapies that we work to develop to try to treat COVID, there's really no substitute for prevention of COVID. And there are a few ways that we know works. Science is absolutely correct on this. We know that we can prevent COVID with things like vaccines, social distancing, and in this case, masks. Masks absolutely work. And back to my theme here, I'm doing my part, trying to develop new strategies. The doctors are doing their part, working tirelessly to try to help patients who are have a problem with COVID in the hospital. The hospitals are overrun, and the doctors are exhausted. The nurses are exhausted now. And partly because many of these problems that we're seeing today are avoidable. So what do we do now? It's time for you guys to do your part. I think that for whatever reason, either you love the children, which I know you do, you want to be fiscally responsible because a hospitalized person costs between $50,000 and $70,000 to $80,000, and we can avoid hospitalizations by responsible social distancing, mask wearing, and vaccines. And if you are worried about, you want to see Florida flourish, you're going to be concerned about this. If you respect the medical community, or if you simply have a disease yourself and you want to be able to get care yourself, it's a reason to endorse mask mandates. And if you believe in the rights of the majority to not get ill, I think that I would ask you that you would support a mask mandate and endorse full, complete reporting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Stotts. Next, we'll have John Newman, followed by Karen Olson.
Good evening, Dr. Green and to school board members. I'm John Allen Newman. I'm the senior pastor of the Sanctuary Mount Calvary Church here in Jacksonville. And I have children in the congregation who attend Duval County Public Schools. But I hope to speak to all of us tonight. As a pastor, I have three primary responsibilities: to lead, to teach, and protect. And this crisis involves all three at the same time. But my heart breaks when I hear and see where our community is, as divided as we are. And there are many things that have been said and will be said tonight. But I would hope that we could try to turn off our filters, set aside our biases, and speak to each other and not past each other. I believe that the subsoil of what is really going on in our community is that it is gripped in fear. Fear of our children being at risk, fear that this disease will exponentially spread and eviscerate our community, fear that our hospitals may lack the capacity to handle the throng coming through their doors begging for their lives to be saved, fear of our doctors and nurses burning out, which is a real possibility. And it's natural to have fear for anything that truly threatens us. But I believe perhaps tonight the most terrifying fear are thoughts of what will happen to me if I change my mind. How will I be treated? Will I be ostracized by my friends? Will my family stop speaking to me? Will my church make me feel unwelcome simply for choosing to use the freedom to make the best decision based on the latest available information? You've heard from doctors and specialists. They didn't spend all of that time in medical school and residency just to show up here tonight with any other agenda than the preservation of human life. Please hear them. But the question, I think, comes down, am I strong enough to listen to science, not my emotions, to doctors, not politicians, specialists, not pundits, and to do a most radical thing, change my mind? The evidence is overwhelming that masks work. No need to even debate that without being intellectually dishonest. The data is in. And the data doesn't have a party. It's not right or left. It's not liberal or conservative. And data doesn't lie. Vaccines work. But our children under 12 can't receive the vaccine. So we connect the dots. They're vulnerable. Save our children's lives.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Next, we'll have Karen Olson, followed by Dr. Jill Garrett.
Thank you, Dr. Green. Thank you, members of the board. I bet you're all wondering why you got yourselves into this about now. My name is Karen Olson. I'm a 79-year-old mother, grandmother. I've lived in Duval County for 45 years. I grew up being taught and believing to take personal responsibility for myself, for my health, for my livelihood, for my children, for my family. And I've got a lot of history, more history than most of these people in this room. So 79 years of looking around. Why in heaven's name does everybody want to put the blame somewhere else? Why does everybody want you to be responsible for their health? I'm responsible for me. I make decisions for me. You don't have to make decisions for me or my children or my grandchildren. My second point, this mask, which I have. So this mask is polypropylene, polypropylene, polypropylene. This box says, these masks are not intended for use in clinical or medical settings or where risk of infection through inhalation exposure is high. These masks are not intended for use in settings where significant exposure to liquid, bodily, or other hazard fluids may be expected. These masks do not eliminate the risk of contracting any disease or infection, nor reduce the risk of illness or death. But this is what we have. This is what we buy. This is what we think is going to protect us. Also, those fancy masks that people have made, like Miss Pelosi, she's got one to match every outfit. I love her masks. Her dresser probably goes to the fabric store. And did you ever go in the fabric store through the fabric and your eyes start burning? It's formaldehyde. Fabric is treated with formaldehyde. So then you make this fancy mask and you're breathing in formaldehyde. Oh my gosh. So my point is, propylene is a plastic, and it breaks down into microplastics. And it was just last year, in 2020, that we got this report about baby bottle, in 2020, researchers reported that polypropylene infant feeding bottles with contemporary preparation procedures were found to cause microplastics exposure in infants. Microplastics are in everything. Oh my gosh, this is Wikipedia. I mean, it doesn't take rocket science to read this. It's a trade-off now. So now we wear this mask, and we're breathing in plastic that's going to contaminate our bodies, or we're exposed. By the way, I believe in vaccine. We couldn't get over to Regency fast enough to get our vaccination. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olson. Next, we'll have Dr. Jill Garrett, followed by Susanna Siebert.
Hi, thank you for listening, and thank you for doing the hard work that you have to do. My name is Dr. Jill Garrett. I'm a licensed psychologist here in Jacksonville. My employing hospital is currently bursting at the seams. There are over 500 COVID patients in my hospital system today. I'm also a concerned parent of 2 young daughters, both of whom are not in a place to be vaccinated yet because of their age. As I'm sure everyone here is, I'm absolutely disheartened about where we are in this pandemic. And I completely understand the horribly difficult position that you are all in, but there's an easy answer. Let's do everything we can to keep our kids safe. Let's mandate masks. We know that masks work. We have the data. We have the science. There is misinformation out there. We've heard some of it tonight, but we've also heard factual information. Masks are safe. Let's require vaccinations for those people who interact with our children. Let's let people who do not want to mask and follow the recommendations of the CDC, the American Academy of Pediatrics, let's let those folks stay home and let their children do virtual school. If we have to, let's get creative. Let's have cohorted classrooms with people who are masked and unmasked. Let's have plans in place. Communicate to us what you are going to do to keep my girls safe when they start school. We urge you to have the courage to defy the governor's political agenda and make schools safe for our children. Do the right thing, follow the science, and do everything in your power to keep our families safe. You know that's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Garrett. Next, we'll have Susanna Siebert, followed by Linda Deschanter, or Deschantes.
Good evening. My name is Susanna Siebert. I'm a former DCPS teacher and a stay-at-home mom to a rising DCPS 9th grader and a rising DCPS 3rd grader. I am also the wife of a skilled and dedicated local hospital physician who is not here tonight because he is still working. In my husband's 21 years of service to this community, he has never seen the ER the way it was today. Our hospitals are full. My husband's patient load has increased tremendously in the last few weeks. He attributes 75% of this rise in patients to COVID. COVID patient numbers are now higher than they have ever been in this pandemic, and all of his patients are unvaccinated. His patients are younger and healthier than ever before, and contrary to what our governor has said, Kids are getting sick from COVID. Recently, Wolfson Hospital had about 20 kids hospitalized with COVID, not treated and released from the ER, but hospitalized, with several in the ICU. School is set to start in 1 week. Last weekend, our city hosted a massive music festival for up to 35,000 people. What do you think will happen to my husband's patient load as a result of this concert? How many kids will contract the virus from family members who attended the concert? How many kids will bring the virus to school with them? How many of them will spread the virus easily, since masks will no longer be required? And what will happen when children are exposed to COVID and you get that call? Have you tried to get a COVID test lately in a reasonable time frame? The large free public sites are not open anymore. Combined with the current surge in cases, the wait to get an appointment at our local pharmacies could take days, not to mention the subsequent wait for results. How long can kids afford to be out of school without Duval homeroom? And for how long can parents afford to miss work to supervise their kids? Finally, the courthouses are requiring masks, and almost everybody there is old enough to get the vaccine. No child in elementary school and many in middle school is eligible at this time to be vaccinated. Can we protect them too? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Siebert. Next, we'll have Linda Deschanters, followed by Jamie Shires.
Good evening, distinguished board members and Dr. Green. You have been a blessing to our community. My name is Linda Desauters, and I'm not a medical professional. I'm just your garden variety taxpayer and resident. I am, however, exceptionally grateful to the dedicated healthcare professionals in this town as they battle yet another surge of COVID, the most deadly yet. There's been a lot of talk about science tonight, and I'd like to take a minute to talk about history, because as teachers, we know that if we don't learn from history, we are doomed to repeat it. 200 years ago, the average life expectancy was just 35 years of age. That means most of us sitting in this room would be sitting here dead tonight. Yep, it's pretty funny. By the early 1900s, we had crept our way all the way to 40 years of age as our life expectancy. As of 2015, we enjoyed an average life expectancy of 78.8 years. This gift of life was due largely to two factors: better sanitary conditions and control of infectious diseases. The lesson history is teaching us is obvious. While I respectfully request that the board continue to be hypervigilant, I also respect the rights of other parents to choose. However, we need to err on the side of safety here. Better to be safe than sorry, and I am requesting that the Duval County Public School System continue to require children as well as teachers and other staff that come in contact with our children be masked for the protection of all. Board members and Dr. Green, we fully realize the governor has placed you in between that rock and hard place. He has usurped the power of the local school boards across the state. We are here to support you as you make the hard decision to protect our children and our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Desauters. Next, we'll have Jamie Shires, followed by Aaron Duprissel.
Hi, I'm Jamie Shires. I'm a parent of 2 children who are under 12 years old. And I am here today to beg you guys to please protect our children in any possible way. Masks are the best way to do that. Last year you did an excellent job. Last year you had precautions in place, many of those have been taken away. And I'm not sure why, when our numbers look so much higher at the beginning of this school year in comparison to last school year. It doesn't seem to add up. Their health should be the most important thing for us, not the money that our governor is threatening to take away. Children's health should be coming before money. But unfortunately, I know that that's a hard decision to make, so unfortunately you'll be losing a lot of children because you don't mandate masks. My child will be one of the children that will stay home if you don't mandate masks, because I choose to protect my child. I trust you all to love children and want to protect them too. So I beg you to make that choice to protect them when they don't have the choice to know if they should wear a mask or not. There's too much peer pressure amongst children of who's cool and who's not. So when we put them in these situations where it's suggested, you know that there's going to be kids giving other kids hard times about wearing a mask, just like us adults unfortunately do. If we can't behave, how do we expect them to behave? How do we expect children to be able to stand and go through school without mandated masks when us adults need mandated masks? Are any of you in the board comfortable taking your mask off right now? When we were even more packed, were you comfortable taking your mask off right now? We all know the science. We all know what we need to do. We need to make our children be just as safe as all of you behind those pieces of glass. Our children won't have those this year. Also, something you can control, even if you don't mandate those masks, is our magnet schools. You're no longer offering us a way to have a virtual option. So we're losing these wonderful programs that you've put together that we've earned spots in. But if we want to protect our children, because you're not, we have to lose those spots. There are ways for you to change that. DVIA could be that homeroom transition. Just a suggestion. Please, please do something for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shires. Next, we'll have Aaron Duprisso, followed by Victoria Dykes.
Hi, my name is Erin Duprisso. I appreciate your time. I am a Jacksonville native. I enjoy Duval County Public Schools myself, and I now have a daughter who attends school here in Duval County. An earlier speaker discussed students' rights. I'm here to ask you to stand up for our children's right to be safe and healthy. Please require masks in school starting next week. I'd also like to see efforts to increase vaccination among staff, either through incentivizing or through requirements. Given the current outbreaks, it's also important that our families have a virtual option as well as options to continue education through the inevitable quarantines. Our children deserve to attend school without undue risk of contracting COVID-19. We are already seeing cases in Duval County school summer camps, as well as outbreaks starting in schools across the country as the very early beginning of the school year is happening in other places. The governor is using our children and our families as political pawns, and I ask that you use your power to listen to the experts, such as the CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics, as well as the local professionals such as those we heard from this evening, and protect our children's safety by requiring masks for all beginning next week. Your responsibility is of utmost importance in a free society, and I appreciate your service.
Thank you, Ms. Duprisso. Next, we'll have Ms. Victoria Dykes, followed by Sarah Bagwell.
Hi, I'm Victoria Dykes. I am a mom of 5 children. My oldest one is in 11th grade. I have another high schooler, a middle schooler, and 2 elementary students. Last year, I sent my kids back to school because I feel like the best place for them to learn and get the education that they need and deserve is at school in the classroom. This last school year, I had a 3rd grader, and he is returning as a 3rd grader this year. He had trouble learning to read. His math scores were really, really great, but he struggled with reading. This summer, I sent him to tutoring. He did 3 weeks of tutoring over the summer for 4 days a week, 3 hours each of those 4 days. He retook the FSA, and his score rose by 72 points. He wasn't wearing a mask. His tutor wasn't wearing a mask. And he rose so much. He was still 30 points behind, but he made such a huge leap in just 3 weeks. And I feel like maybe the mask was a factor in that. It might have hindered him being able to understand how to put words together, being able to understand the things that he needed to prepare to take the FSA. But he's returning as a 3rd grader this year. He even tried to retake it for a 3rd time, but he got discouraged and he decided to stop because it was just so much he had already tested in that week. And he made a decision. He said, you know, I'm not where I want to be yet, and I know I can do better. I just need another school year. So he's taken another school year, and I'm really, really proud of him for making that choice. But in 3 weeks, he almost passed. He almost passed. He was so close. And I just can't help but feel like the mask was a barrier in his ability to learn what he needed to learn to be able to get to where he needed to be. You know, and another thing I haven't heard tonight at all is, yes, the numbers are up, but at the same time, they're going to go back down, and all of those people are going to have natural antibodies from having the virus naturally. You know, our bodies don't just automatically say, oh, it's COVID, we're not going to make antibodies. There are studies out there that show that people have antibodies against the virus, just like those that are vaccinated. Herd immunity isn't just for those that are vaccinated, but it's also there for those who catch the virus naturally. So, you know, we have that to look at too. I don't understand why nobody wants to talk about that, and nobody wants to talk about what are other things that we can do to build our immune systems. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Dykes. Next, we'll have Sarah Bagwell, followed by Agatha Gardner. Sarah Bagwell. Okay, we'll have Agatha Gardner, followed by Matt Hartley.
Hello, Agatha Gardner, DCPS mother of 2. Don't worry, I'm not reading all of this to you tonight. But I want to show you that this is a printout of the petition signees for parents in Duval County who have signed begging you to please institute a mask mandate. This is over 2,717 names of Duval County parents who have signed. Our governor has demonstrated that he no longer cares about protecting our children or following the science or our healthcare professionals. He's more interested in November 2024 than he is August 2021. While the governor set his sights on the White House, we have the responsibility to make the right choice here, now, in Jacksonville. Let's call his bluff. Let him try to defund our schools for simply protecting our children and our community from the worst variant and of the worst disease that we have seen in generations. We have the chance to lead where he has failed. You have the chance to lead where Broward has failed. You have the chance to lead where Gadsden has failed. Duval is on fire. We have seen it from the doctors who've come here, taken time off of their work, their time with their family, to sound the alarm. You have the chance to stand up for our children. That's why we voted you into these seats, to be our voice. And we are loud and we are clear. Our children's safety and well-being cannot be left optional. Masks for all in the fall. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gardner. Next, we'll have Matt Hartley, followed by Amy Levinson.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent. My name is Matt Hartley. I'm a parent of 2 Duval School students, one who is 12 and one who is 10. And I'm a former DCPS teacher as well. And I'm here to support masks being required in the fall. And it was just such a relief to hear the General Counsel stand up here and say, yes, like there are grounds that we could take to challenge the executive order. And he said, we don't know if we'll win or lose, but I think it's worth the fight. And so many of us are fighting, and we want to fight with you for that. I wanted to share the words of my daughter, who's 12. She wrote this letter. Some of you responded, thank you. You may not have been able to see it, but here are some of the words that she shared. She said, I'm a 12-year-old and I'm vaccinated, but I can still get sick. My brother is 10 years old and can't get vaccinated. I'm so worried that if masks are not required, my brother could go to school one day and the next day be dying in the hospital. We are siblings, so we have our rivalries. But I don't know what I could do if he died, especially if it was caused by a place that means so much to him, school. Masks save lives. That's a fact. I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hartley. Next, we'll have Amy Levinson, followed by Leslie Kaplan.
Hello, Dr. Green and esteemed school board members. My name is Amy Levinson.
You can pull the mic down.
Oh, sorry.
There we go.
Hi, my name is Amy Levinson. I'm the parent of a rising 6th grader in DCPS schools. He's 11 years old and not eligible yet to be vaccinated. He spent last year in Duval homeroom and thrived academically, but he needs to be back in the classroom, especially for the start of middle school. He is nervous about going back without masks being required. He wants to go back, but he understands the science. He knows what's going on in the hospitals. He wants masks in school, and so do we. We all know that you're in a very, very difficult position. We understand the pressure you're under. But please don't let empty political threats propel you to make a very, very dangerous decision. A decision with serious consequences, and I'm not talking about impacts on funding. Our hospitals are overflowing, people are sick, people are dying. In the past 2 weeks alone, I've learned of entire families, vaccinated and unvaccinated members, affected by the Delta variant in very devastating ways. You've done a lot of great work for our schools during your tenure. Don't let community-wide infections, endless quarantines with negative impacts to learning, serious long-term illness, and death be your legacy. Take a bold step and include a mask requirement in our dress code. Your community stands behind you, will support you, whatever it takes, even financially, if necessary. Please allow our kids who desperately need to be back in the classroom to do so safely. Please do what you know in your hearts and minds is the right thing to do. Require masks in school. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Next, we'll have Leslie Kaplan, followed by John Hatley.
Thank you for your willingness to listen and for your desire to make the right decision. I am a parent of 3 kids who have gone and are going through the
Duval County school system. Vaccination rates are low and Delta is out of control. We are a national hotspot. All experts have told you what needs to be done. Individual mask choices are not enough. I have read studies that show that when all parties are masked, masks are very effective. Unless you are in a well-fitting N95, an individual decision to mask alone is not enough. Other people's choices to refuse to mask affects those who do choose. That is not fair. A mask requirement is so little to ask of you. Furthermore, we are talking about children. Strongly recommend it, but don't make the children who choose not to mask uncomfortable. That is the impossible task you are asking of teachers. What kid can prioritize the abstract risk of COVID over the immediate risk of peer pressure? Even if my child wears her mask, I do not believe her classmates will. The ones who are unvaccinated need the protection. The ones who want to wear a mask need the cover. We all need this to end. Please show some leadership and do what you know is right. Require universal masking until all kids can be vaccinated and our community spread is low. Please call the governor on his bluff. You are responsible for our children's safety and you know what the right thing is to do. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Kaplan. Next, we'll have John Hatley, followed by Amy Mitchell.
Thanks, everybody. My name is John Hatley. I'm a parent of a 15-year-old and a 10-year-old, and I'd like to start by echoing that I think it's clear that masking for everybody is the first priority. And so I'll simply try to be brief in echoing those comments, but then point out that contact tracing is the second line of defense. With masks, there will be a need for some contact tracing, but without masks, there will be a tremendous need for contact tracing. That's the next line of defense at limiting the spread of the disease. I understand that the Department of Health is responsible for contact tracing, but last year it was very clear that the contact tracing was too slow to really limit the spread of the disease. And I asked the council to do whatever you can to, push the Department of Health to have better contact tracing this year, because there will be a great demand for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hatley. Next, we'll have Amy Mitchell, followed by Christine O'Reilly.
Good evening, school board and Dr. Green. My name is Amy Mitchell, and I'm the parent of 2 children in Duval County Public Schools. We just had 7 doctors speaking in favor of masks in schools, and 0 doctors who were not in favor of masks in schools. All reliable sources say masks are needed in schools. Our politician governor is threatening to pull funding if the school board follows science. You have a terrible choice to make. I think of it this way. We can fight the governor and likely get funding restored. Our children cannot fight this virus, and their lives and their health may not be restored. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Next, we'll have Christine O'Reilly, followed by Michael Anderson.
Good evening. Like many of you, I'm a parent. I'm the mom of an 8-year-old boy. He can't be vaccinated. It is our collective responsibility as the adults in the building to keep our children safe, especially while they're at school. School shootings have been a threat. You increased funding to physically secure the schools. You did your best to protect the children. Hurricanes and storms have threatened the First Coast. You canceled school to keep them home and safe. You did your best to protect the children. Now, all of the experts agree. The CDC, the AAP, the Florida AAP, all of the local physicians who took time out of their, what we know are busy schedules, to come here and plead with you to protect our children. COVID is a clear and present danger to our children and our community. I beg you to follow the guidance of the medical experts, not the politicians. I beg you to adopt the CDC guidelines for our schools. Do your best to protect our children. Do your best to protect the most vulnerable families in our communities. In my school community, we have a former DCPS teacher who's battling stage 4 metastatic breast cancer. Her 4 children go to DCPS schools. 2 of them come to my school community. Please help us keep those children safe and not be vectors for the virus to bring it home. She's only one person. I know there are many vulnerable people in our community. Please help us protect them all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. O'Reilly. Next, we'll have Michael Anderson, followed by Leanne Parker.
So, hello everyone. My name is Michael Anderson. Here's why I am mad tonight. I am mad because we have to sit here and have this same conversation over and over again about masks and just all of this when it is just simple. Just keep the mask mandate. Keep our people safe. Why I say this is because one of my best friends and again fellow activists in the community had to take her mother, aging mother, to the hospital several weeks ago. Found out she had blood cancer. Died 2 weeks ago. She could not go to the freaking funeral in Indiana because she got a positive COVID test from sitting in this hospital. Again, I need people to just wear a mask, sit, and just help other people and stay safe. Also, another reason why I'm mad is because also last night I got a call from a friend who is again has a 5-year-old and a 5-year-old grandson who is starting school for the first time next week. Her car broke down last night. She does not have the money because of the poverty wages here in Jacksonville to get her car fixed. And so now she has to worry about, on top of everything else with her grandson starting kindergarten, how is she going to get there from Bay Meadows over to the Beaches area to start school? And again, I'm going to end on a final note why I'm so angry is because Amy Donofrio is not back in the classroom starting August 10th. Why the hell not? Again, it is because I know our Confederate Karens are still here and still trying to again not say Black Lives Matter. Well, Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Next, we'll have Leanne Parker, followed by Tom McGuire.
Hi, my name is Leanne Parker. I am a mother of 2 young girls. I love them more than anything on this planet.
I would do anything within my power to protect them from perceived harm. I do not want my child being forced to wear a mask in her kindergarten class. If the evidence showed non-N95 masks actually helping my children to not contract or spread the virus, I would willingly comply. The news doesn't have much to say about the emotional, mental, and physical damage this is doing to our kids. As my parental right, I should be able to decide whether my child does or does not wear a mask. The love and decisions for my children are much more true than the government's. For the parents who feel their child wearing a mask is in the best interest of that child, then so be it. I respect that. But please, let each individual parent choose. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. Next, we'll have Tom McGuire, followed by Darlene Miller.
Good evening. My name is Tom McGuire, and you've heard tonight that some people want to frame this as an issue of freedom of choice, of liberty. I'm here to tell you that's not the case. What this is very clearly a matter of life and death. Let's review the facts here. We live in a state where we have mandatory seatbelt laws, where we have mandatory helmet laws, where we have mandatory vaccinations for our school students. And yet we cannot bring ourselves to go to a mandatory mask rule. The facts here are also quite grim. We have, at this point in this country, 600,000 dead people from COVID. We have, at 50% vaccination, we are the worst in the state of Florida here in Duval. In fact, across the board, in all COVID measures, we are the worst in Florida, and Florida is the worst in the nation. This is a matter that we need to address. On balancing that, we know that masks reduce the spread of the COVID virus. We know that it saves lives, and we know that the CDC guidance tells us that this is an important step to take in safeguarding ourselves from this deadly virus. It's also inexpensive and easy to do. So, if we do not respond to this, if we do not use masks in school, if we don't make it mandatory, then we open ourselves up to liability. We open ourselves up to the consequences of what could happen. We could have children possibly die, and that would be tragic. And we just have to come to the point where we do require these masks for the safety of all of our children. We must be aware of the consequences. We must respond to this in a forceful way so that we can protect our children and allow them to benefit from the education that we're offering them. We must take this to court. We either sue the governor or we bring in the mask mandate and we let the governor sue us. But one way or the other, we must respond in a positive way that respects all of our children's rights rather than the rights of the few who think they're being oppressed by being forced to wear a mask. It's not their choice, it's a choice for life. And that's what we're talking about here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGuire. Next, we'll have Darlene Miller, followed by Tim Miller. These will be our three final speakers for this evening.
Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I had this whole ESE speech planned, but I think I'm going to send y'all an email later when you can actually sit down, look at it, read, and think about it. But while I am here, I am going to give you dispel one myth. I just got done teaching Summer Rise. Nice, interesting experience. I will tell you, some kids came to school masked. Some kids came to school not masked. There are not children making fun of other children because of their mask. There are not children making fun of other children because they're not masked. That's not an experience I had. I did not see one child or hear one child or have one child complain to me that so-and-so was making fun of them because of a mask or not because of a mask. I'm just going to guess those are the adults in the room making fun of each other because I sat back there and listened to them snicker at each other all night long. It's not the children. Let's not be fearful of that. I do have another request, though, as a teacher. If we could get some temperatures down in the classrooms. I mean, it's downright cold in here tonight, and I sweat all day. So maybe we could start with that and maybe be a little bit easier with mask or not mask. But I will be sending you an email with my concerns about ESE as a parent and as a parent advocate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Next, we'll have Tim Miller, followed by our final speaker for this evening, Joanna Jinks.
Good evening. My name is Tim Miller. I know it's been a very difficult last couple of years for everybody, but especially our ESE students. Regardless if they were in homeroom, in person, DVIA, whatever the case may be, it's been very difficult for them. A lot of this is because a lot of their services and accommodations that they're entitled to on their IEPs and 504s were very difficult, if at all possible, to provide in this COVID environment. We need to make sure that as we hopefully step a little closer to normal this year, obviously we're not going to get there overnight, we need to make sure that those services are there, that they're provided, and that compensatory services are also provided as needed. This is going to mean more services. It's going to be more time for the ESE staff working with the students, which means their caseloads need to decrease. I know caseloads are set up by number of students. The number of students is not really a valid way to do that. You need to look at the number of services that are applied by those. You could have 10 students who have less service requirements than one student. But if you bunch those together, the numbers don't work, and the students are not getting the services and the time they need. I know a lot of services are written as 3 times a week, 4 times a week. But what I've heard is that 4 times a week could be drive-bys, what they're calling it. You know, you doing okay? Yep, great, I'm gone. Check the box, I got the service done. We need to make sure the kids are actually getting the services. That's what's important, not checking a box. And I'll just weigh in on the mask mandate, similar to what Darlene just said. Sat there in the back this evening, and we're hearing ridicule and snickering and laughing for opposing views. We need to make sure that doesn't happen in the classroom. And if we're going to lock things down, we need to lock things down. That means sports, extracurricular activities need to be locked down. It's pointless to lock the classroom down and allow the sports to happen when kids are, you know, right there together, contact sports especially. So if we're going to do it, let's do it. If not, let's move on and try to make it as normal as possible. But I understand the difficulty of your choice, and thank you for your service. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Last speaker for this evening, we'll have Joanna Jinks. All right, going once. All right, and her topic was mass choice and freedom of choice. So, thank you. That's all of our speakers for this evening.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Moving on to comments from parent organizations. Is there anyone here from a parent organization that wishes to address the board? We don't have anyone here from our Student Government Association. Is there anyone here from an employee organization that wishes to address the board? Oh, Ms. Hawkins. Good evening. Thanks for hanging in there with us.
evening, Dr. Green and school board members. My name is Kay Hawkins, and I'm your new president for the DCC PTA for the school year of 2021-2022. My theme this year is We Are Better Together, and I chose this theme because it takes all of us working together, because our PTA's purpose is to promote the welfare of children and youth in home, school, community, and place of worship. It takes all of us to achieve this. We are off to a great start. Our local units are working hard already to get their PTAs and their PTSAs back up and running to serve our students and our families. In July, 3 DCC PTA delegates, as well as our region's representative, who is also from DCC PTA, attended our Florida PTA convention that was held in Innisbrook, down in Tarpon Springs. It was exciting to attend a convention finally back in person, but for those who could not attend, there was a hybrid offered. I'm happy to report that DCC PTA was awarded the Safety Award for the Florida State PTA, as well as the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Award. We were very proud of this. 2 of our local units were also awarded as follows. Julia Landon College Preparatory PTSA received the Florida PTA Local Unit Achievement Award, and Stanton College Preparatory School PTSA received the Local Programs Award. We are partnering with the Parent Academy on August 31st, a virtual event explaining the many ways parents, grandparents, and other volunteers can work in their student schools and work along beside with our PTAs and PTSAs. We understand that we will not be able to have volunteers in the schools for the first 9 weeks. We want to get everyone educated in how we can get our volunteers back to work once we are able to go back. We have also been reminding our volunteers to get their background checks done now, so that when we are able to get back into the schools, they will have that done. We are beginning to discuss a fall workshop that will be more likely offered virtually. We will be offering our local units some very important classes to help make the PTA, PTSAs a success this year. Melissa Daniels, who is our advocacy legislative chair again this year, will work along with DCC PTA to continue to advocate for all children, as well as keep our local units and families informed of important bills regarding education we need to be aware of. Please let DCC PTA know if there's anything that we can do this year to assist you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hawkins. Congratulations on all those awards. We appreciate your partnership. I was asking for any employee organization representatives. Is anybody here from an employee organization? Moving on to approval of minutes then. That the Duval County School Board approve the minutes for the meetings listed in the agenda item. May 11th, 2021, Board Workshop. June 22nd, 2021, Board Workshop. June 22nd, 2021, Committee Meeting. July 12th, 2021, Regular Board Meeting. July 13th, 2021, Auditor Selection Committee. July 13th, 2021, Board Workshop. July 20th, 2021, Special Board Meeting. Is there a motion? So moved.
Second.
Moved by Board Member Coker, seconded by Vice Chairman Willie. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I call for your vote. By your action, you have approved these minutes 7-0. Onto our consent agenda. Are there any items to place on the consent agenda or items for discussion? Seeing none, I ask for a motion.
Approval.
Moved by Board Member Jones,
Second.
seconded by Vice Chairman Willie. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I call for your vote. By your action, you have approved the consent agenda 7-0. On to the discussion agenda. Human Resource Services Compensation Settlement Claim, Amy Donofrio. Dr. Green, would you please read your recommendation?
The risk manager and district council pursuant to policy 7.90, paren 7, paren B, have requested that a potential settlement in the matter of Donofrio versus Duval County Public Schools and Scott Snyder individually, case number 321-CV-00414-MMH-PDB, be brought to the board for consideration. The potential settlement was reached in good faith by representatives of the plaintiffs and defendants at a mediation and was thereafter discussed at a properly noticed litigation shade meeting on July 20th, 2021. The board is being called upon to determine whether the board chair is authorized to execute the settlement agreement on behalf of the board.
Thank you, Dr. Green. This evening, before we enter into discussion, I'd like to ask our legal counsel from the Office of General Counsel, Sean Grennett or Ariel Cook, if one of you wouldn't mind just laying some groundwork for us as far as discussion.
Good evening, board members. I'm Ariel Cook from the Office of General Counsel. Just by way of background, as most of you already know, Ms. Donofrio filed a lawsuit in federal court against the district and against Scott Schneider individually in late May. We went to a settlement conference with U.S. Magistrate Judge Richardson. Although we didn't settle during the settlement conference, there were continued settlement discussions. We have been able to negotiate in good faith a settlement to present for the board's consideration this evening. And as Dr. Green mentioned, we were able to get some direction from you all during a litigation shade meeting to direct us in those negotiations. So the settlement agreement is ready for your consideration and review.
Should we be cognizant of any parameters around discussion before we enter into discussion this evening?
So I think, thank you, that's a great question. It is still an ongoing litigation, so we always want to be sensitive to that. And to the extent that there are any ongoing HR issues, we should also be sensitive to that.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. Board Member Joyce, you've pulled this item for discussion if you want to kick us off.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. Let me start by thanking all of the attorneys who have helped the board think through the options and understand the potential pros and cons associated with the decision we will make tonight. As a general rule, my instinct is to resolve disputes quickly before taxpayer dollars are spent in litigation and in a way that lets the board get back to its core mission of teaching children how to read, write, and do math. There are times, however, when a speedy resolution is not necessarily the best resolution. In this case, I have asked Dr. Green whether the district complied and followed the policies established by the people's elected representatives on the board. I am advised that the district did act in compliance with policy. Given that understanding and the significance of this board having certainty moving forward about how it may respond to the conduct at issue in this case, I have come to the conclusion that this is a case that should move forward. For these reasons, I will be voting against entering into a proposed settlement agreement and in favor of seeking a definitive answer concerning the allegations in Ms. Donofrio's lawsuit.
Thank you, Board Member Joyce. Other board members, any comment? Yes.
When we think about this case, I know it's a business case at a certain point because you spend a certain amount now versus it longing out. Can we get a sense of how long this could potentially be from our legal counsel?
Ms. Mayers, are you comfortable answering that, or would we like Ms. Cook to come?
I would defer to Mr. Busey, who's present.
Thank you for joining us, Mr. Busey.
I'm Stephen Busey. We were hired by the General Counsel's Office and by the school district to defend this action in federal court. The answer to the question of how long it's going to take in court, we could expect that it's currently set for trial in February of 2023. And we could reasonably expect, given the issues in this issue, that there will be appeals from that, no matter who prevails at the trial level. So probably anywhere from 3 to 5 years if it were to take it to its conclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Busey.
Follow-up question to that through the chair, and roughly ballpark cost for 3 to 5 years of costs in that court case?
We estimated for the board somewhere between $1 and $2 million to the trial level, and beyond that, it could be $2 to $3 million if you actually took it all the way to the United States Supreme Court, which is a possibility.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Busey. Additional questions? Board Member Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Board Member Vice Chair Wheeler has asked the question that I had, and I think given the length of the possible trial, given the facts of the case, even though we know we haven't done anything wrong, these are taxpayer dollars, and I just can't support spending those kind of dollars over a 3 to 5 year period on a case that we could settle tonight for a lot less. And so with that, I will support the agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Jones. Board Member Coker.
Through the chair, can I ask, you've given us timeframes and possible cost. What kind of hours would it take for current Duval County Public Schools staff, without naming specific staff, could we anticipate them being distracted from their current responsibilities to handle this item?
I can't give you a number of hours, but it's fair to say that it would be a significant distraction for your senior staff and for the superintendent, all of whom's depositions would be involved.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Vice Chairman.
I know I think on face this case has much more complexities to it as we get into it, and we can't get into some of those as stated earlier. But also just think about, I think to Board Member Joyce's point, I think she's getting to precedent and ensuring that everyone doesn't come and start this, and then we keep coming back to the same point. So I just wonder about that in this case. What are your thoughts on that idea, this idea of precedent as we look at this case?
This is an unusual case because it involves conduct over a period of approximately 3 to 4 years. There are a lot of facts involved that are unusual, and I don't think you're likely to see this factual pattern repeated. Most employee disputes are a lot more straightforward and simple than this.
Got it. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, call for your vote. Do we not? Do we not move this? Oh, sorry. I asked for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Board Member Coker, seconded by Mr. Willie. I don't know how we got into discussion without me doing that, so I apologize. I call for your vote. By your action, you have approved the settlement 6-1. All right, moving on to academic services, public hearing. Dr. Green, would you please read your recommendation?
That the Duval County School Board conduct a public hearing on the revisions to the 2021-2022 Code of Student Conduct outlined in the attached summary. That the Duval County School Board, following the public hearing, approve the 2021-2022 Code of Student Conduct.
Thank you, Dr. Green. Public hearing is now open. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak to the student code of conduct? Okay. Seeing no one, public hearing is now closed. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Board Member Joyce,
Second.
seconded by Board Member Coker. Thank you. Are there any board members wishing to speak to this item? I hear a yes over here, Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're in a tough spot as a board because I just think about the last conversation we had and then the recommendation that I know our superintendent was going to push forward before the executive order came, and it was a 30-day mask mandate. So I'm just wondering what happened in our community as far as the COVID piece between now and then. Nothing, really, and we're still at the same state that we were before. So I want us to have a robust conversation about how we go about this decision tonight, because there is a lot at stake. There's the safety of our students at stake, and we really need to have this conversation. As I look at this, as I think about all the different parameters, all the amazing folks who spent time to come in and talk to us this evening, proximity is everything when it comes to policy making, and we're right here. We see it every day. It's going to be on us. So I'd really implore us to have a really robust conversation about this. I know it's going to be a difficult one, but I want us to have it tonight. I'll start with that.
Board Member Hershey.
Through the chair to the superintendent, if Dr. Green, would you please identify the steps and procedures that will be in place to ensure health safety for our students this year?
To the chair, to Board Member Hershey. We had a slide up that kind of talked about some of those procedures, but let me break it down by grade band because it's a little different. So for elementary, much of what we had in place last year is still in place. Many of our schools have still chosen to use desk shields, and they did have an option whether they wanted to use them or not. They're requesting to use them because we just put in a brand new order for more desk shields. Elementary students, for transportation, it is strongly recommended that students wear a mask. Masks will be available on buses, as well as they'll be required to have hand sanitizer prior to entering the bus, and then they will have hand sanitizer leaving the bus. Transportation will still do the same protocols of wiping down seats in between runs and ensuring every day that their buses are cleaned at the end of all of their runs. Once a student enters school, again, elementary students will have temperature checks as they did last year. Once they have their temperature check, many schools have protocols of whether they have them, if they're not keeping them outside, they're generally sending them to the classroom so that they're not just sort of congregating. Social distancing is still required in all of our schools. They will, for elementary, middle, and high, it is 3 feet apart. They're, as much as possible, schools are to implement that. We are still requiring schools to figure out ways to have social distancing at lunch. So for elementary, last year we offered teachers, if they volunteered, to have students eat in their classroom with them. We will still be offering that again this year. We will have the daily wipe downs with Clorox wipes will be available for all classrooms, hand sanitizer available in all schools. Every 60 to maybe 45 to 60 days, we will have the antimicrobial protectant put in place in our schools. For secondary, the thing that is different, we will not do temperature checks at the secondary level. That was one of the challenges we had last year of when you have a Sandalwood with 3,000 students, checking temperatures for 2,000 students just became very challenging for schools. So secondary, but we will, as I stated, starting August 18th, we will have vaccination clinics running through all of our secondary schools. So all students with parent permission, they must have a signed parent permission form. And the parent doesn't have to be present. They can get vaccinated, and it will be 2 vaccines because the Department of Health uses Pfizer. So starting August 18th, by the end of the quarter, we will have covered all of our secondary schools for students and employees if they desire. In addition to that, we will have testing. We provided testing last year for our employees. We have one of the most effective testing programs. If you test today, your results are known tomorrow, and we use PCR testing. We will be providing that this year for students. Through our Department of Health grant, we will have 20 testing sites, and so we are working, developing that procedure of how students can get tested. How do we get them? You know, if they have transportation issues, we're trying to work through that to ensure that students have access to testing. And in my recommendation, at this point, it is that we strongly recommend during the school day that students wear a mask. One of the things that we learned last year that was a struggle for students wearing masks is when they would go outside. Because we did say that students, once you're outside and if you can social distance, they can take their mask off. So this year, we are buying mask lanyards so that if children are outside playing and they are able to take their mask off, it will not be for them to find a place, well, it won't be on their glasses, like mine, but they will be able to securely have their mask right there available for them. These will be breakaway lanyards, so we don't have to worry about children choking each other. They easily break away if needed. That is one thing we were adding this year to help families feel comfortable that there will be opportunities that your children will not have to wear a mask. But during those opportunities, we wanted it easily accessible for children.
Thank you. I have a list of questions, but I'll let other people see if they ask those instead of asking more right now.
Okay.
If there's anyone else, and
We'll
if not, I'll
come-
keep asking.
We'll come back to Board Member Hershey unless other people want to hop in with any questions.
I think Board Member Jones.
Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess this board, as many boards throughout the state, have been put in a very untenable situation with mask and unmask, and it's become political. Certainly, we know the science. We know that mask provides protection. We had the fortune of losing 3 school board employees last week, not last year, last week, to the coronavirus. 1 coach at Andrew Jackson and 2 maintenance employees. So we know that this is very serious. It's probably one of the toughest decisions that we will ever confront as a board, because it does impact the lives of the people that we're entrusted to protect. I don't think the physicians who took the time to come down here did it because any other reason, but they are concerned with the safety of our children. It wasn't political, but they were concerned with the safety of our children. I do want to ask Dr. Green one question, and that's a question I've heard people ask. Why can't we reestablish Duval Homeroom? And I think there are some logical reasons, financial reasons why. But Dr. Green, would you respond?
Through the chair to the Board Member Jones, remote learning is not funded this year. That is why Duval Homeroom is not an option. Last year, when the state held school districts harmless, that was to ensure that you could offer a remote at-home learning option. This year, that is not the case. And that is why we opened up DVIA, our virtual school for families, and put in through DVIA the same type of learning option for elementary. That would be asynchronous, they're teaching bell to bell, versus our secondary students who are accustomed to DVIA, it's asynchronous. You can be working on a course at 2 a.m. if you choose to, or working during the normal school hours.
And so I think a lot of parents wondering why we did not offer Duval Homeroom this year. I just wanted to make sure that's clear on the record. And secondly, there's a cost involved to the district if we were to vote to mandate mask wearing. I don't think through the chair, Dr. Green, do we have any idea what type of financial consequences? I know Broward County had voted to mandate masks, and then yesterday, they decided to reverse that decision because of the financial cost that district would incur. Do we have an idea of what that, through the chair, Dr. Green, do we have any close idea of what that would cost us if we were to lose funding?
Through the chair to Board Member Jones, it isn't clearly defined what that financial cost would be. As you know, at our last special board meeting, I brought the budget. Our budget is over $2 billion. So the portion that is state funding would be the portion that, if you're reading the executive order, would be what the governor could withhold. And if it's in the realm of withholding based on FTE, that would impact our enrollment for October. And so it would be that survey period that the governor could possibly say, well, we're going to withhold X amount of dollars related to that. And those are the dollars that are utilized for all operations of the school district. It's utilized for how we pay our teachers, how we pay our support staff, all employees. They are tied to FTE. That's how we are paid as a school district through state funds. And it also indicated we have probably over $50 million in grants. That was also mentioned. So it really just depends on what is the mechanism that they are using to say, this is how we will withhold funds from your school district.
And there were multiple sources, I think, funding sources that they identified in the article that they could withhold funding from, some federal and some state.
Through the chair to Board Member Jones, that is correct. The federal would be a little more involved because under federal, we have to follow federal guidelines. That would, I would find that to be challenging. I would think that they could withhold our federal Title I dollars or Title II.
I think I'll withhold the rest of my questions. Thank you.
I was just going to ask Ms. Mayers or Mr. Phillips, when we're looking at the executive order as it stands now, they've asked for some rules. Can you tell us a little bit more about what is the executive order to us versus what is the executive order asking other departments to do? Sorry to catch you off guard. I just think that this gets to, we're asking the superintendent to kind of make a guess about how much money this could be, but we actually haven't heard these rules yet, and I think that that's an important piece of what the executive order says.
Through the chair to, I guess, the chair. It's not entirely clear what form these rules would take, but the order says to ensure safety protocols. So what it looks like is that they would come up with their own set of rules that would not include, I would guess, a mask mandate. beyond that, it would be purely speculative for me to guess about what they might do, although I think one could draw the inference that whatever they might mandate that we do would probably be less than we would do on our own under the plan that the superintendent is recommending. Now, whether or not they would permit us to do more than that, that's just not clear at this time. It would be, I mean, the department's rulemaking authority is pretty broad, and so what they would do, I don't know. I think we could guess that we probably wouldn't like it, but beyond that, I don't know.
So the governor has said that he would be okay if they implemented these rules that also included things like withholding funding, but we haven't seen those rules yet.
That's correct, but the order directs them to get started on that, and I wouldn't be surprised if the rules come out pretty soon.
And these rules are like laws.
Well, you can challenge a rule under certain circumstances, but when the Department of Education makes a rule, generally we have to comply with it.
Thank you.
What a much bigger concern, of course, is the withholding of funding. I mean, he specifically mentioned grant funding, and so apparently we're talking about $50 million right there.
And then there is this sort of reading between the lines, as it were, of asking the Department of Education and the Department of Health to create rules and simultaneously saying this, not to exclude this as an opportunity. Is that how you read the order?
I read them to say you need to draft some rules, and that these rules must not violate constitutional freedoms or violate parents' rights to make health care decisions for their minor children and protect children with disabilities who would be harmed by certain protocols such as face masking requirements. So it's pretty clear that there's certainly not going to be a mask mandate in these rules, and it's clear that the rules will prohibit a mask mandate. And what else they would prohibit is difficult to say, and I don't know. One could certainly argue that it would be better for the district to make its own rules.
Thank you. Ms. Maris, did you have something additional?
If I could just add one thing, there was, through the chair, there was a discussion about federal, excuse me.
Dollars.
My train of thought
Funding?
on that. Whether federal funds were at stake here. I can tell you from reading my read of the executive order, I do not believe federal funds are at stake. The authorities pursuant to point 1008.32 subsection 4. Of course, $50 million is no laughing matter. So I think the idea that state funds are at stake is very serious, but I did want to make that clarification. I don't think there's any authority for him to be able to withhold federal funds.
And just to be clear, $50 million was just the grant funds, not the other state additional oversight funds.
Through the chair, yes, it was just grant funding.
Did you have additional questions, Board Member Jones? Board Member Coker, and then Board Member Pearson.
Through the chair, my past understanding when they go through the rulemaking process at the FDOE level or that level, there is an opportunity for public input. Is that going to be allowed for community members or not?
I don't know the answer to that because I don't know whether they're going to do an emergency procedure or whether they're going to follow the normal process. I would hope they would have public input, but I can't guarantee what the state will or won't do.
Thank you. When we think about this normal process, how long does that usually take?
I don't know specifically the answer to that question either. I know that there are periods of time that they have to give notice, and it's probably a matter of months. But I don't practice administrative law on a regular basis, so I can't answer that question. It may be that Ariel Cook may know. Or
we don't want to put you on the spot, Ms. Cook. Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Did you have something additional? Board Member
Thank you. I had one question, now I have two. And
Go for it.
Now, this is going to come from living with teenagers. This is where this question's coming from. If the rule has not been established, can we be in violation of it?
I'm sorry, I could not hear that question.
If the rule has not been established, can we be in violation of it?
Oh, well, that's a good question, and no. At this point, that rule hasn't been established, but that doesn't mean that the Commissioner of Education might try to execute the governor's order. It would be, we might be in a little better shape if that happened than if it's pursuant to a rule. But once again, my suspicion is that these rules are going to come out pretty fast.
Did you have another question, Ms. Pearson?
I do. Does Ms. Mears want
Well,
to?
yes, is it okay through the chair?
Please.
You know, I think that the executive order really does focus on the rules, the rulemaking. But I think the governor also implies that anything that we do would be a violation at this point in time of a right to privacy or the Parent Bill of Rights. That's a certain theme throughout the whereas clauses. But of course, when you get to exactly what he's ordering them to make rules, but certainly we have that implication from the governor that anything we did now would violate that right to privacy and the Parent Bill of Rights. And certainly we have some indication from the First District Court of Appeal in terms of them really being the first, I believe, court in Florida to attach the right to privacy, to say that the right to privacy is implicated by a mask mandate, which we had not seen in Florida prior to that time, because that's a very, very, very difficult burden to make, especially when you heard from 43 members of the public, and we have, I didn't count it, but certainly a split.
Through the chair, if I could follow up on that, because Ms. Mears raises a good point. This is not just a question of dealing with the governor's order or the forthcoming rules. There is also the first DCA decision in the Green versus Alachua County case, which came out in June. And you may remember that there was a person, an anti-masker, going around suing pretty much everybody about masks. And every single circuit court in Florida ruled against that person and in favor of mask mandates. And the first one that got to the appellate level was in the fourth DCA, which ruled that the mask mandate was reasonable and was only subject to rational basis review. And just to, sorry to digress for a second, but what that means is if you only have to show a rational basis to justify your mandate, you're likely to win because you just have to have a reason for doing it that makes some sense. Whereas if you're subjected to strict scrutiny, then it becomes the same basic test that's applied when you have a mandate that would discriminate against black people, for example. So you have race, religion, national origin, and fundamental rights. And the first DCA declared that the right to privacy is a fundamental right, and that the mask mandate in Alachua County implicated that privacy right, and therefore it was presumptively unconstitutional and subject to strict scrutiny. And so it sent the case back to the lower court to say, you need to apply the standard here that this mask mandate is presumptively unconstitutional. And that being the case, we in the first DCA, the other school districts that are in the first DCA, Alachua County, Tallahassee, and everybody around here, would just have a really hard row to hoe, because right now that's the rule in the first DCA, even though it's not the rule in any other DCA in the state. So if Broward County, say, proceeds with a lawsuit or decides to impose a mask mandate, and they litigate that there, they're operating with an appellate decision that's favorable to them, which does increase their ability and likelihood of ultimate success. Whereas we would be up against a first DCA decision, that a circuit court judge here would be forced by law to obey unless that judge wanted to essentially rule that they were wrong, which I can't say that's never happened, but it's almost never happened. I mean, it's like I can think of one example of that ever. So, and there may be others, but it's a really daunting situation where it's fraught with a high likelihood that we wouldn't like the result if we get into litigation as opposed to another. And of course, they could go up to the Supreme Court and still lose, but our chances of losing are greater than any other school boards in any other district court of appeal. And just to give you the flavor of this, the judge, when he issued the order, he started off the opinion, this is Judge Tannenbaum, who was the former chief counsel of the Florida legislature. Alachua County was under the yoke of a mask mandate. Under these fiats, he called it. Then he called them diktats, D-I-K-T-A-T-S, diktats. Now, that word has a long historical connotation, but it's used most recently and most commonly when you're referring to bureaucratic orders from communist Politburos. So you can see the attitude at the first DCA, at least with that one judge. So you have to take that into consideration when you're deciding what to do. And I'm not, once again, I'm not defending this order, and I'm not defending this opinion, and I'm not defending the governor's order. I'm just laying out facts.
Mr. Phillips, I appreciate that. One of the things that I'm thinking as you're telling us about this lawsuit that seems to have set some precedent when someone who did not want to be masked sued, to me is a little bit different than what I may be interested in exploring, which is our authority as the school board to make these decisions locally. Is there any thought about that?
Well, we could certainly make arguments about that we have greater right to control our property, and there's home rule arguments we could make. But, you know, that's been chipped away steadily for 15 years now or more. And I can't say that I have confidence that those arguments would work. And then also you have to take into consideration that if you do a mask mandate, you can expect somebody's mom, perhaps somebody who was here tonight, filing a lawsuit saying you can't make my child wear a mask. And that's when, so it's not just a question of the judge of the governor's order. We could also be subject to any number of lawsuits by aggrieved parents who simply don't want their children wearing masks.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Ms. Pearson, did you have a second?
I had a follow-up to that through the chair. From how I've read the Family Bill of Rights and listened to the discussion when it was going through the legislature, a key component seemed to be, for example, with health education, the family's ability to opt out of lessons that they didn't want their children exposed to. If we were to do mandatory with an opt-out, would that put us in the spirit of the Family Bill of Rights and put us in any better position than a straight-up mandatory with no opt-out?
Anything I would say about that would be speculative, but I would be of the opinion that if you had the opt-out, you would be far less likely to be thought of as violating the governor's order. As if you're providing for families to opt out, you know, that's not the same thing as a mask mandate. So, yeah, I'm not saying that option is no good. That could be something that's worthy of consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Board Member Joyce has not had an opportunity to speak yet. Did you want to, for the first round?
Yeah, through the chair to Dr. Green. I'm wondering, If this district was penalized, if we chose to not, to have a mask mandate, and the funding, we didn't receive the funding from the RFTE funding, would that jeopardize teachers getting paid? Would it jeopardize salaries? Would we be able to overcome that?
Through the chair to Board Member Joyce, eventually it would. We are very fortunate that we have a strong fund balance, but that fund balance would not take us through the entire school year. It would not be enough to say, oh, you don't have to. We can weather the storm of not receiving state funding. That would be a no, that we would not be able to do that. Because it isn't just teacher salaries. We pay utility costs, gasoline. We have a myriad of expenses that come from our general operating dollars.
Thank you.
Anything further? Board Member Hershey.
I appreciate Board Member Pearson's question, but I don't understand how an opt-out option is different than the recommendation of the superintendent to make mask optional. That's kind of an opt-in option, if you will. I'm sure some of the other board members did, I have looked at the other big, there's 7, so the other 6 large counties and their decisions that they had made. Obviously, Broward was out of the box with a mandate, and then yesterday afternoon, and I shared the information when I got it with Dr. Krisner and Dr. Green, and I know you all saw it as well, that they have decided to align with the governor. Orange County has done the same thing. We're seeing large urban district after large urban district to go with an option. We're even seeing in Clay County at this particular point that they're going to back to school as normal, no mask for teachers as a mandate or students. And this is certainly a difficult crossroad, but at this particular point in time, the superintendent's recommendation to make mask optional for students aligns with the governor's order. And this is one of those decisions that no matter which side you're on, people are going to be mad. And I appreciate the fact that the superintendent went through a very detailed information for us to understand that there will be protocols in place in addition to masks, with dividers being there, hand sanitizers and other cleaning that will be in place. And I would go back to the point that I think at the heart of this conversation it is the parents' Bill of Rights, if you will, and the parents' right to make the right health decision for their student. And having said that, it is easy for me to support the superintendent's recommendation of having mask optional because it aligns with the order from the governor at this particular point. I do have one question through the chair to Ms. Bagley. And it was a two-part question. One is, have funds ever been withheld from the district by the state? And two, just to underscore Dr. Green's answer for what would be the fiscal impact to the district if funds were withheld from the district this school year?
Through the chair to Board Member Hershey, for the first question, has funds ever been withheld from the district, from the state? It happened about 25, 30 years ago. There was an issue with the food service claims that were submitted to the state, and because there were issues with that, the state did not send us funds for a couple of months until it got straightened out. That's the first question. The second question related to what could be at stake. If you'll remember the ad that the board approved related to the tax increase, it indicated an amount of about $647 million of state funding. That is the total amount that could be subject to withholding.
Thank you, Ms. Bagley. Board Member Coker.
Through the chair, just on a technical note, because I'm hearing the term optional, but I believe that we had a revised item. Can we use, Dr. Green, do you mind reading what was sent to us this afternoon? I think it's important for the public to hear the difference, because optional is one thing. I think you've taken some additional language that's important.
Through the chair to Board Member Coker, it states, in the interest of student and employee safety, the wearing of facial coverings is strongly recommended during the school day and at school-related events. Should recommendations from the Florida Department of Education, Florida Department of Health, or other authoritative or controlling government health agencies and/or the City of Jacksonville be revised, the district may revise their requirements related to wearing of facial coverings to comply with their updated guidance.
Thank you. I just note the language between optional and strongly encouraged.
Thank you, Board Member Coker. Board Member Pearson.
Yes. Through the chair to Dr. Green, I've emailed you about this, but I want to bring it up in the context of our conversation. From what my non-medical interpretation of what I'm hearing is that masks are kind of the short game and the vaccination is the long game for this. And I brought up the idea of vaccination sites at elementary schools for parents, that if that is something that we're able to work with a partner to do, I want to see as many of our elementary parents get vaccinated as possible, since their children cannot get vaccinated, and wanted to talk a little about the feasibility of offering vaccination sites at our elementary, and maybe if we're able to look at if this is available, if we could identify spots within the county where we have low vaccination rates, maybe focus on those areas if such information exists, focus on those communities to start with.
Through the chair to Board Member Pearson, thank you. We did have a conversation. For the first 30 days, or at least the first quarter, our number one priority is students and employees. Because we are working on the honor system, we do not know how many employees have been vaccinated, but we do know that we have employees that are not vaccinated. So that is why we've worked with the Department of Health to ensure every secondary school that we have vaccine clinics. We are still in conversation with the Department of Health, because we do not know whether they have enough staff to handle, oh, well, if you're at that school and I'm a parent of a student and I'm not vaccinated and I want to come get vaccinated, can I? We still have to work through those details. The second part is putting out a vaccine clinic blitz for our employees. That's why we're starting tomorrow with the Agape family engagement, I don't know where I'm going. Wellness Wheels. There you go. Agape Wellness Wheels. We put out every month. They have locations around the city, but we're generally talking to our employees. Again, we're going to work with Ms. Leathers through our community, family, and community engagement, and look at other opportunities. So if you're having a meeting, a parents who lead meeting, maybe we can ask Agape, can you be present at this and offer this opportunity for families? But I want to be clear, our number one focus is our secondary students who qualify and our employees, trying to get them vaccinated.
Thank you.
There it is, the Agape Family Health.
Thank you. I know we need to be wrapping up this conversation. Vice Chairman Willie?
Yeah, one of the comments, I think I actually want to explore more about the waiver, because I do think it's different than optional and strongly encouraged, because you actually have to take a step.
You're talking about opt-out?
An opt-out, yes, an opt-out, because you actually have to take an additional step in order to actually be without a mask. It's not a mandate, but you have to take an extra step. I think that's really important, because when we think about it, even with the Parents' Bill of Rights, we could go back and forth with the legalities of that and making decisions, yes, for your child, but that doesn't mean your rights and your liberties and freedoms can infringe on someone else's child. So I think there's gray area there, and I think also we as an educational body should be educating individuals on, yes, you're not wearing a mask, and here are some things that could potentially occur, the risks, because those risks ultimately fall on us. If they get sick in our schools, we need to make sure we're putting protocols in place. So my piece is around this opt-out. If we cannot go all the way to a mandate, we need to jet up as close to it as we can based on what we're hearing from our local doctors and officials, because it could get worse. And at this point, if it gets worse, what do we have to actually do? We can't get more safe than we are. So we have to make sure we're putting things in place. So I want to explore this opt-out.
Ms. Maris, the language that's been proposed to us tonight that includes strongly encouraged, what is our room, what are the parameters around how we work with the language that has been brought to us?
So I do want to just kind of back up a little bit and look to our board policy as to where our code of student conduct kind of lies within those policies. So if you could just give me a little bit of leeway. Under policy 3.40, safe and secure schools, it states the Duval County District School Board has as its first obligation to provide a safe, secure, and orderly learning environment in all schools, on school-sponsored transportation, and at all sponsored activities for students, school personnel, and other persons. And I'm not bringing that up to make a statement either way, except to say it's within this policy, 3.40, where we have the most discussion of our code of conduct, okay? And our code of conduct, as you guys know, is historically been treated the same as a rule or policy. We treat it subject to our rules regarding our rulemaking. And in 5.24, under students' rights and responsibilities, under subsection 4, it states the codes of student conduct are hereby incorporated by reference and made a part of this policy. The codes of student conduct in any revision shall be approved and adopted by the school board. The codes of student conduct shall include but are not limited to policies on, and then it gives a laundry list. I also know we did the 28-day publishing, as we always do. My point in that is I think we have to be very careful about making any substantive changes. And what I'm hearing from this board is what's substantive to one is not substantive to the other. For instance, Board Member Coker, she took a moment to point out that we went from optional to strongly recommended. Then you're going to have another board member that says, well, that's still optional. And so I think we have to be very careful. I think an opt-out, I've heard some board members that opt-out is very important. Others, what's the difference if you can opt out? So to the extent we're doing anything substantive, I would take you to our school board rule policy. In our school board rule policy under 2.25, the very beginning of it says, well, under subsection 1, unless an emergency exists, any proposal relating to a rule amendment, the repeal of any rule, or the adoption of a new rule shall be presented in writing to the school board, including a written explanation of the proposal. Then it goes through the A, B, C, and D, which is where we're talking about you need to publish the changes. As everyone knows, we did our workshop on July the 20th before a lot has changed since July the 20th, but that's where people would have expected it to be workshopped at that time. So I certainly think there is room to make changes, but I do think it needs to be due to an emergency per our school board policy if we're going to make changes that this board, or at least somebody would say that's substantive at this juncture.
What does that mean, due to an emergency? I mean, with all
that
due
means
respect.
that I have not heard the word emergency come out of anyone's mouth tonight, And I think if we're going to start making changes to something that's the equivalent of a policy, then, you know, if we're not going to put it through our regular rulemaking process, somebody needs to say the word emergency, and we need to agree on that. Otherwise, we make the changes that were suggested in the original notice and that were workshopped on July the 20th.
And
That's
so-
what I mean.
And what would be the avenue then for an opt-out?
If, I mean, I
If
think
the-
we, I
if
think
the
we
board had
can.
an interest in
Yeah,
moving
if
forward.
I think we can discuss an opt-out, but I think, again, to discuss it tonight and not to wait, it needs to be because an emergency exists. That's the only reason we kind of get to spitball at the actual night of a vote of a policy or rule.
Board Member Jones, did you have a hand up?
Through the chair, I'm trying to determine if the governor's executive order, does that justify it being an emergency? Because the executive order was established Friday after we had our workshop on this item.
Yes, sir. Through the chair to Board Member Jones, I don't want to confuse state of emergency declared by our officials with how we use the word emergency. I'm going to take it to be your everyday meaning, because that's how it doesn't say anything about state of emergency unless there's an emergency. I think a lot has gone down in the past few days. I'm reluctant to state that it's an emergency because there has been so much political insinuation by using that word. If you think it's an emergency, then you're a person that thinks there should be masks. So that's something I guess I'm kind of leaving to the board to discuss and decide. But I don't think it's the equivalent of a state of emergency in the policy.
No. Well, no, I'm not saying that we're in a state of emergency. I was
Yes,
saying
sir.
that because of the change, would that justify this being an emergency, you're saying?
Yes, sir. I do understand that question. And I definitely think laying the groundwork for what has transpired could potentially constitute an emergency. But I don't think that that's been done as of right now yet.
Vice Chairman.
Through the chairwoman, emergency, I'm saying it. I believe that we're in a point now where we have, all of our major hospitals have basically said, we're full. We can't take you unless you can show that you're in a life-threatening state. So I would say that we're in a quite emergency, and because we just got the order, and because we're starting school in less than 6 days now, because it's almost midnight, I think we have to have this conversation. I think there are parents who are sitting, watching, hanging on our every word, trying to figure out right now, am I going to keep my kid in school or am I not? And I think that makes it, in my mind, an emergency at this point. And I think that we need to go down that path. And I would love to see us come to a conclusion tonight, whether it is an opt-out, whether it is we go with the current recommendation of strongly encouraged. I think we have to make a decision tonight, because right now our parents and our community has gotten so many different pieces from the governor, from us, from so many folks, and I think it's now we need to make this determination.
And through the chair to Board Member Willie, and that is what I was trying to say, and maybe I did not articulate it. I don't want the board to think that because someone chooses to believe that this is an emergency, they're equating that to, oh, we're in a state of emergency and we need masks. I don't think there should be political implications attached to saying, we are in a position, we just got an order on Friday, we have school starting on Tuesday, we don't have the 28-day luxury, what can we do tonight? That's what I mean by the word, and that's what I think is contemplated by the rule, or the policy.
Thank you, Ms. Mayers. Board Member Joyce.
My concern is that whether you change the wording to strongly recommend or you put an opt-out piece in there, at the end of the day, it means the exact same thing, that a parent still has the ability to choose. And so my concern is that even though it means the same thing, what is the burden that it's going to place at the school level with the teachers and with the, the forms that have to be generated? And, going down that road of, putting this responsibility on the administration in the school when they already have so much that they're dealing with, that would be my concern. And at the end of the day, again, that you hit the same results.
Thank you, Board Member Joyce. Any further discussion
Can I
down?
just ask a question?
Yes, Board Member Hershey.
Through the chair to Ms. Mayers. I believe a article came out today from Broward County saying that the school district or the school really could not enforce a mask mandate. That was the interpretation of, I think it was Broward County's lawyers. Is that correct?
So that's correct.
That it
without
wasn't an enforceable rule, which kind of gets back to what Board Member Joyce said.
Right, so through the chair to Board Member Hershey, I think that you are correct. I mean, unless we're taking the different route of define the executive order. But I will tell you, from having studied it, if you're asking what could be the purpose of an opt-out that can't be enforced or that no punitive consequences will attach to, two arguments that I have understood to be made are that, one, it serves an educational point. In other words, you're going to just make a parent, we all as parents get that stack of papers at the beginning of the year, take that time to read a piece of paper and say, I'm making an affirmative decision to opt out of my child wearing a mask. Again, no consequences for balling it up and throwing it away, but the idea is that you're trying to put one more level in. Also, in terms of the statute that gives the district immunity from COVID liability, it could be seen as yet one more layer. I'm not saying it's necessary for us to get that immunity. It could potentially be seen as, I think the language, one more good faith effort on behalf of the district to take, follow all of the authoritative and controlling guidance and make sure that the parents can make the most informed decision possible. So I just wanted to give you thoughts about that. But yes, to Board Member Hershey, not enforceable.
So I've heard some discussion around an opt-out. That is language that's not included in the superintendent's recommendation before us tonight as part of the Student Code of Conduct dress code. Is there a motion to amend the language?
Is that, through the chair, is that the next step? Is that the protocol that we're in right now?
If we wanted to make these changes, someone would need to motion to amend the language.
Yes, but but part of that would just be a statement on behalf of everyone instead of one that we believe it to be an emergency. I just think that's part of what's necessary for us to amend the language at this late hour.
So your question to the board is, do you feel that at this moment we have an emergency situation where a decision has to be made on facial coverings tonight?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you feel like we need to make a decision on facial coverings tonight? Board Member Hershey?
Other than what the superintendent has recommended?
Just, do you feel like this is an imperative decision that has to be made tonight?
Could we state it in less than 28 days instead of tonight? I don't want to say tonight versus tomorrow, but in less than 28
In less than 28 days.
I think we do need to make a
Move forward.
decision on the student code of conduct.
Thank you. Do you feel like this is a decision that has to be made in less than 28 days?
I would agree, we have to make a decision on the code of conduct, yes.
Board Member Joyce?
Yes.
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 So we don't have 28 days to come back around or to have more conversation around this particular item. So, just to be clear, if there was a desire to move forward with amending this language, a motion would need to be made to put that amendment on the floor.
point.
That is correct, and I am really, I promise, not trying to be difficult, but I am trying to be consistent, okay? What the superintendent presented at the board workshop was the word optional. To the extent that we're even going to entertain her amendment to her recommendation, that needs to be, in other words, don't just assume that's already there. That's not there right now. What's currently there is what was in our code of conduct last year until you guys decide otherwise. So when you're talking about amending language, if you want it to say strongly encourage, y'all need to say that, because otherwise it should say optional because of the emergency situation.
The language that we've been provided from the district today includes the term strongly recommended.
Yes. Right, no,
So-
and so that, and I'm sorry, if we've all deemed it emergency, she can, just like y'all can make a decision tonight, she can change her recommendation tonight. I apologize, I was one step behind, so yes, we're fine, strongly encouraged. Sorry.
Strongly
Trying to keep up.
recommended. Yes. So I'm back to, is there a motion
Right.
to amend?
Motion to amend the recommendation.
Thank you, Board Member Willie. I hear a motion on the table. Do we need to hear the language before there's a second, or take a second? I mean, what would you like
Pass the
to
language.
amend?
Amended language would include strongly recommend during school day and school relevant holidays,
Related events?
related events. All of this same language should recommendation from Florida Department of Education, Florida Department of Health, or other authoritative or controlling government health agencies and or city of Jacksonville be revised. The district may revise their requirements related to the wearing of facial coverings to comply with the updated guidance. All parents not following the recommendation of wearing a mask must opt out with their assigned school is the amended language.
I have a problem with your language.
Before we can have discussion, I need a second. Is there a second on the amendment?
I'll second it for discussion.
Seconded by Board Member Jones. Thank you, Board Member Jones.
Feel friendly.
I have a question on the floor, Board Member Pearson.
Yes, in what you've written, it sounds like it's the parents wearing the mask. So I would just clean that up to make it clear that it's parents choosing for their students, unless I heard what you said wrong. But to me, it sounded like parents were choosing not to wear masks, and I don't think that's what you intended.
Ms. Mears, I think that if we're going to make any edits to this, I want to make sure that we are within not only the parameters of the executive order, but to make sure that we are capturing the true intent of this board. Do you have any recommendations to the language as presented, or would you like to see that?
I would love to see that, or if he could state it again.
Yeah, my original language through the chair was all parents not following the recommendation of wearing a mask must opt out with their assigned school.
That's what you, all parents instead of all.
Right.
The parents of students who opt out. I guess that's.
A third meaning, so it could be that it's parents, and it could be that it's students, or it could be that, parents that are gonna be on our property if they come to visit or drop off. So it could be all three. I just, I'm trying to make sure that
So
your
I think it would be
intent's
helpful.
honored.
Can you give us any language around that? Is that so that we can make sure that we're getting to the intent? Board Member Coker, did you have a question?
Well, I think it's tricky when you say parents, because we have certain children that have their own rights because they've come of
Guardian.
age and they've done the appropriate, and so they can make these decisions on their own. You also have a number of guardians out there, and I want to be respectful of that, too.
Right.
Would it
Did
be
you want the
appropriate to take a
language?
5-minute recess to work through this language?
Yes, I can offer something, but I think a 5-minute recess would be better, if that's okay.
Do I need a motion?
So moved.
I've got a motion to recess. We'll take a 5-minute recess. Board member by Board Vice Chair Willie, seconded by Board Member Pearson. We'll take a 5-minute recess and reconvene here at 10 p.m.
No, that's, I added.
Yeah, you should just sit over here. Anyway. Thank you. It's a little bit lower. I basically took their stuff. I stripped away the I had county stuff. I just our stuff.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so I probably got to me to kind of wanting everything by 2. Okay.
That's not on that one.
No. Well,
Well, tomorrow's only Wednesday.
yeah, you said the workshop's on Monday. I'm trying to send that out Thursday.
I don't know why is it on Monday.
What's that?
Why is it on Monday?
Usually on Tuesday, and they do it.
Well, let's find out. Oh, look at the calendar. August the 9th. It says board. Yeah, because there's nothing on the board calendar on the 10th. Maybe that's on the 10th. No, I'm saying the board doesn't have any. You must guess. Everybody is.
Just slightly
If it passes, correct.
So I'm gonna, if you do
Tomorrow. Right now, you just add the motion. You should just put the thing on here.
So,
Yes. But actually, we should actually. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, you could. But when you go back to the other thing. Oh, tomorrow. The vote. Yes. Because it's under that. You have.
Change your mask?
Did I? Oh, yeah. Dr. Curtis brought me a block and then
Would you save it if you go back to your voting?
All right, we're gonna go ahead and get back to our business here. We, I think, are reconvened. Ms. Mears, have you had an opportunity to consult and put some language together?
Yes. So this is trying to take what we've heard from the board members and kind of wordsmith it best that we can. Any student not wearing a mask pursuant to this policy must, through his or her parent or guardian, complete the opt-out procedures provided by his, her, their assigned school. And my understanding from a very brief conversation with Mr. Colbert with IT is that is something that could be done online versus, is that correct, Mr. Colbert? Okay.
Through the chair, that is correct.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the recommendation to amend the language to include the opt-out clause? Dr. Green?
Through the chair, may I ask Ms. McMyer a question?
Please.
Ms. Myers, that amendment has to be attached to my recommendation, my amendment. I just wanted to make sure all of that was read.
Yes, ma'am, not,
Okay.
so she has, this is part of her recommendation, so it wouldn't, obviously, we wouldn't be talking about for face masks, just that piece, it would be what she's already.
I just wanted to clarify that.
No, thank you very much, it would be what she's already recommended, plus this language, and also, it was brought to my attention, which I do think is important for the board to know, if we are doing this under the emergency powers, that can only last for a period of 90 days. I know that we have a student code of conduct with a whole bunch of items, and I know right now we're focusing on one of many items, but we vote for it in a package deal. So I'm just stating that pursuant to policy, we're gonna have to revisit in 90 days, and I wanted that to be on your mind.
So the language that we made adjustments to, that were provided to the board earlier today, would have needed to be approved through this amendment process?
Will you ask your question again, please?
The language that was published 28 days ago
Correct,
was updated today,
correct,
and you're saying that that language would need to fall under this emergency provision
Yes, ma'am, to not go through our normal rulemaking procedure, notice, workshop, and things of that nature.
Thank you. Okay, so we have the language that was provided earlier today, including the update with Board Member Willie's amendment. Thank you for your wordsmithing. I've got a second. Is there any further discussion on this item? Board Member Pearson.
I would like to hear and even better see the whole thing.
Yeah.
Would be helpful for me. I don't know if I can see it, but I bet I can hear it.
I agree with that. I have not been handed a final draft of the recommendation, so it's difficult.
We
Someone
don't
that has-
typically do a lot of amending on the floor. We are not city council with a printer here. So would you mind just reading the full recommendation that includes the language? Do you not have that?
I do not. I would
So
ask if the
I will
superintendent
read-
wants to start, I will finish
Thank
the
you.
opt-out.
Through the chair to the board. In the interest of student and employee safety, the wearing of facial coverings is strongly recommended during the school day and at school-related events. Should recommendations from the Florida Department of Education, Florida Department of Health, or other authoritative or controlling government health agency and/or the city of Jacksonville be revised, the district may revise their requirements related to the wearing of facial coverings to comply with their updated guidance.
And then, any student not wearing a mask pursuant to this policy must, through his or her or their parent or guardian, complete the opt-out procedures provided by his, her, their assigned school.
Thank you. Thank you for reading the full language. If there's no further discussion, I'll call for your vote on the amendment as it has just been read to the student dress code of the student code of conduct. Technical difficulties.
Madam Chair, would Board Member Hershey like to do a voice vote?
Yes, Board Member Hershey, can you respond
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
yes or no to the amendment?
No.
Thank you. The amendment passes 5-2. That takes us to the item as amended, the the revisions to the 2021 Student Code of Conduct. Is there any further discussion on the Student Code of Conduct as amended? Or, yes? I, seeing no further discussion, I call for your vote.
Through the chair to Board Member Hershey, are you able to vote?
No. I'm not able to vote, but we are voting on passing the student code of conduct.
As amended.
As amended.
As amended. Yes.
Thank you. The student code of conduct for the 2021-2022 school year passes 6-1.
Excuse me, my vote should have been no, because I voted no on the amendment. I apologize.
You clearly
just wanna be
stated yes
consistent.
for
Can I
the
just
code of
say-
conduct as amended.
You wanna move
Just to be consistent with my,
I don't, Ms. Mears, can we?
I would have to look it up. I'm
I
not sure.
move that we reconsider. I was on-
Second. There's a motion to reconsider, seconded by Board Member Coker. Any discussion on reconsidering?
Is that a voice vote?
Do we need a vote on the motion to reconsider?
It's a voice vote.
Voice vote?
Aye.
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 Thank you. We will reconsider the vote on the 2021-2022 Student Code of Conduct. Please enter your vote for the 21-22 Code of Conduct as amended. Do you want us to take a voice vote?
No, she can't. I'm sorry, yes. Board Member Hershey, can you register your voice vote as amended, the public hearing, and vote revisions to the 2021-2022 Code of Student Conduct as amended?
No.
The Student Code of Conduct for the 2021-2022 school year passes 5-2. Moving on to board member travel, there is none. There is no travel for the superintendent, which brings us to, for the record.
Board member, no board member travel.
No board member travel, no superintendent travel. Board Member Jones, you're speaking though, so do you want to just continue
Oh.
for the record for us?
Well, for the record, at 10:18, very short. I just want to give a special shout out, congratulations to the students at Rutledge Pearson Elementary. Dr. Green stole my thunder, but Mrs. Davis, the teachers, the support staff, and the parents on exceeding all expectations and achieving an A school grade in spite of a pandemic, in spite of all the challenges they had in that community. So I just want to thank them. And two, a special thanks to, I know Dr. Corker is going to talk about, thank some of the people who donated to the name change effort, but I want special thanks to Shah Khan and Mark Lamping and the entire Jaguar organization for partnering with Nike to provide new uniforms to all 6 schools, and also to Ken Babby, Harold Crawl, and the entire Jumbo Shrimp organization for providing, excuse me, at no cost to the district new sports equipment. I think that's big, and it really helped us get close to that goal of $800,000. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Board Member Jones. Board Member Pearson.
Okay, 4 things. Congratulations to Nicole Stover, who is a rising senior at Samuel Wolfson School for Advanced Studies. Her junior science project, which she's been working on for several years and adding to it, has a list of awards. At the Northeast Florida Regional Science and Engineering Fair, she got first in the region. At the State Science and Engineering Fair, third in the state. At UF College of Agriculture and Life Sciences, she got an Award of Merit. At the International Science and Engineering Fair, 4th place. At the Junior Science, Engineering, and Humanities Symposium, 4th in the state. And she advanced to the National Symposium. And at the Genius Olympiad, she received a bronze medal. And she plans to continue working on this for her senior science fair project, dissolved oxygen augmentation effects on the hydroponic cultivation of arugula, which has implications for feeding people in areas where traditional farming is not available. I want to say congratulations to Principal Blakely and the staff at Julia Landon for having the largest gain in 6th grade ELA, to Principal Begley and the staff at Wolfson for the largest gains in 10th grade ELA and geometry, and to Principal Crady and the staff at Southside Middle for the largest gains in 8th grade science and in biology. I want to say thank you to the board members, the superintendent, the staff, and volunteers who joined me for the first of which is, I hope, a series of Ignite events. This was a seminar that we participated in last Tuesday night for students and parents. Thank you to the staff at Wolfson for hosting and planning. If anyone's interested, I can give you more information and would love to talk with you about how to do your own Ignite event. And lastly, I want to say thank you to the Office of Department of Family and Community Engagement for hosting the Teacher Pep Rally with the Jumbo Shrimp, sponsored by TIAA Bank tomorrow night. Thank you to them for Parent Academy and the other programs they do, and for giving a very personal touch and a lot of value added to our district. That's it.
Thank you, Board Member Pearson. Board Member Joyce.
I want to just be very brief, but I do want to recognize 3 outstanding principals in my district. The principal at Ruth Upson, Miss Roberts Graham, that school improved the most in the ELA grade 5 by 28 points. 28, that's just phenomenal. Baldwin Middle Senior ELA grade 8 and 9. Dr. Hall led that school, and they had the largest gains in ELA grades 8 and 9. In Ortega, Miss Rose Hammond, grade 3, they increased 15 points in math. And I'm just astonished at this next one. Westview K-8, under the leadership of Miss Jones, math increased 49 points. 49 points. And Algebra 1, 40 points. And so I understand that we have been in a pandemic, and I understand that we have had massive learning losses. But I do want to recognize the hard work, because I know that our district administrators and our school-based employees and administrators worked super hard this year, and these scores, these gains are super impressive. So thank you to those principals.
Thank you, Board Member Joyce. Board Member Coker. So first I want to give my monthly school renaming efforts update. Thank you, as always, to JPEF for their partnership on this effort. I will tell you that our original need was $867,000 to make sure that we did not use any taxpayer dollars. We now have 93% of those dollars covered. We are close to finishing this up, which means we have about $56,500 left to raise. But because ViStar is matching our funds, it really means we only have $28,250. So we are almost to the finish line of this effort. I do want to give, Board Member Jones, I want to give some shout outs to some people who really helped us this month with this. In particular, W.C. Gentry, former board member, former board chair, and educational advocate attorney here in the city. He just continues to come and come to our aid and help out. Pagic and Pagic, Coker Law, John Mills, who's another attorney here in town. Wayne Hogan, who is someone who's been very generous to Duval County Public Schools, is also supporting us. So thank you to all of them for their recent donations. I want to do a special thank you to John Morris and Pete Diamond, who are currently working to bring Young Life back to the secondary schools in the Arlington community. There's a lot going on in that community, and I'm grateful that they are doing what they're doing to bring Young Life back.
Want to thank Terry Parker for allowing me to be with them as they kicked off their school year this morning. I was grateful. I was asked to come give them greetings, and what I gave them was gratitude. And that's what I will say to all of the schools in my district and across our Duval County Public Schools, is that we do greet you and we're glad you're back. But more than anything, we are just grateful for all you do each and every single day. And then finally, I want to thank Betty Burney. Betty recently hosted a back-to-school mental health pep rally online, and she was kind enough to allow me to join in. I want to thank her for her leadership of raising mental health awareness as we get into the school year. I want to thank the students who facilitated it. They had done surveys about mental health and whatnot with our teens. They raised some awareness that we, honestly, Dr. Green and I think we both learned some good stuff. I will say Dr. Green did an amazing job of letting people know about what is going to be available in terms of new mental health services. And along with that, of course, Ms. Burney is good at bringing people on to help model things for our students. She was able to get Brian Dawkins, who, if you don't know who Brian Dawkins is, he was a 16-year veteran with the NFL, played primarily with the Eagles, but more importantly, he was born in Jacksonville, and he was a Raines grad. And he made sure he continued to impart to our children that it's okay to say, I'm not okay, and it's important to seek help and support. And I loved him and his message through his Impact Foundation, and what he said to our students really made a difference that evening. So thank you to Betty Burney for continuing to be who you are in our community. We are grateful, and to the students who facilitated, thank you for allowing me to participate. And as always, thank you to Dr. Green for just being out there and doing all she does on those types of items.
Thank you, Board Member Coker. Board Member Hershey.
Well, school starts next week, and Mandarin Middle School will welcome Principal Humphreys. And that's the newest principal in Mandarin, and I know it's going to be a great year for them. I want to give a shout out to the U.S. women's softball team who won a silver medal, because you know Michelle Moultrie graduated from Mandarin High School. She played softball there as well as at Mandarin Middle School, so I am hopeful that Tammy Talley is going to invite Michelle to come back to our district and hopefully inspire other athletes. If we could get her here, that was great. I just want to celebrate that. And also share that students who are returning to Loretto Elementary and Greenline Pines will be greeted with state-of-the-art technology. Thank you to Mr. Colbert, and we are very excited about that. And Loretto Elementary, it will be the first elementary school, thank you, Ms. Peaks, to offer a career technical education program. So Ms. Peaks is probably tired of me talking about career technical education, particularly in District 7. So thank you for helping get Loretto on the map with that.
Thank you, Board Member Hershey. Vice Chairman.
Yeah, starting off just with some quick thanks with the school renaming fund again, piggybacking on what some other folks said. A couple of folks that were generous enough to give: Ellen and Jim Wiss, Pat Willis, a friend of the district for sure, and Thomas Karen. So I wanted to shout them out specifically for their support. And we're right there, so if you're listening to this, we'd love to have your support. Also, just want to recognize the tough week that was had by a lot of our faculty and staff with the loss of life because of COVID here in our city. So just want to condolences to the family and everyone connected. I was at Jean Rabeau this weekend for a back-to-school rally, and there's some intersections of families and our staff that was there. So just want to make sure we recognize that. Also in that same vein, shout outs to the class of 1985 from Jean Rabeau, who put on an amazing back-to-school event this weekend and really supplied hundreds and hundreds of backpacks to the community out there to get ready for this amazing school year that we're about to have. And happy first day. We won't see folks before the first day of school, but let's have a great first day. Let's get out there and just make it a great year, and onward and upward with all of our scores and everything else going on in our schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. I have a couple of quick thank yous and congratulations. I do want to say thank you to UNF and our partners in continuing to offer the Class Prior Award to our teachers. It's such a great recognition for those folks. You know, it's a help to teachers who are doing work because they're passionate, not because they get paid a lot. So thank you for continuing to do that for our educators. I want to thank the Jacksonville Public Library for inviting me to drop everything and read with them last week. That was super fun to go and read with children, and I would like to challenge my fellow board members to get with your local library, and let's keep moving forward with a community that is engaged and fired up for literacy and reading. So I think the Jacksonville Public Library is ready to connect with you if you are interested in going and doing that for our community. I also want to say congratulations to Jacksonville Beach Elementary. They are just points, 1 or 2 points away in every single area from being the #1 elementary school in the state of Florida. So once again, despite all the challenges that our kids have faced, they're just barely #2, and I think it is outstanding that 100% of their 5th grade students made ELA gains. So it's pretty incredible and a testament to the incredible work that's happening all across our district, but congratulations to Jacks Beach Elementary. I do not want to wrap up the night. This has been it's been hard for me to sit in this seat sometimes, although I'm very grateful to serve you all as the chair. I don't want to leave without saying a little something to the community about the dire situation that I think we're in related to COVID. I am very concerned. I know that we have taken the steps here that are within our control, given the executive order and the rules that we have yet to hear but know will be coming. So I ask you to please mask. Please mask, please get vaccinated. These are hundreds of thousands of heartbeats that will come into our building. Their lives matter, your life matters. As a community, we have the opportunity to stand together to get through this. Once again, nobody wants to be back here, but here we are. So please be part of a solution that will keep us all safe and healthy moving forward. This is not a good situation for our community. I was just at a meeting with other state folks today, and they're like, "Oh wow, Duval, you guys have it bad." So this is something that across the state they're recognizing is unique to North Florida, and we do have a responsibility to each other in making these choices that are good for our neighbors, that are good for our family members. So please mask up. Please consider getting vaccinated. I will also say that, because this is the only time I'll have an opportunity to say it to our Department of Education, our Department of Health, and those bodies that are looking to make rules, we need data. Please help make sure that as parents make these decisions about the health care of their children, that you are forthcoming with information about the data related to children. Parents deserve to make an informed choice. I would also ask that we have clear guidance and parameters around quarantining procedures. We know that learning loss is real, and we need to be able to mitigate that where we can, but it is important for us to have real clear guidance. We are not public health experts. And so we do appreciate our local Department of Health working with us on contact tracing and quarantining, but some parameters would be nice. And then lastly, to just consider making sure that funding continues to remain available for school districts. This is how we serve and give access to children to, a safe and free public education within the state of Florida. And it is absolutely imperative that we continue to be able to offer that to our children in our community. So that is where I am on that. I have no words of wisdom. My wisdom is spent. It has been a long couple of weeks. I am grateful to this board for enduring tough conversations, to our board attorney for going through this with us. I know you've only been on the job for just a few months, so thank you. Thank you to the superintendent for continuing to face really, really difficult challenges, and of course, all of you as staff members. Thank you for doing this work. Welcome back teachers and students as we go into next week. It is not what we wanted it to be, but I'm glad to have you all in this together with me. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Moved by Board Member Pearson, seconded by Board Member Joyce. All those in favor? Aye. We are adjourned.
People, this is like no award show I've ever gone to, man. This is cool.
Join an all-star salute to Garth Brooks, the 2020 recipient of the Library of Congress Gershwin Prize for Popular Song, with performances by Keith Urban, Chris Stapleton, Trisha Yearwood,